Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's legendary tales. Chapter 1. The Dancing Child of Navori. In the emerald heart of Ionia, where ancient spirits whisper through bamboo groves and cherry blossoms drift like fallen dreams, there once lived a child whose laughter could make the very flowers lean closer to listen. Tonight, as gentle winds carry the scent of jasmine through our quiet space, let us journey to the village of Navori, where innocence danced with destiny, and where a young girl named Irelia first learned to move in harmony with forces far greater than herself. Picture, if you will, the rolling hills of rural Ionia during the season of renewal, when the earth awakens from winter's gentle slumber. The air shimmers with an almost tangible magic, a warmth that has nothing to do with the sun's rays, and everything to do with the ancient balance that flows through every blade of grass, every singing stream, every breath taken by those who call this land home. Here, in this sanctuary of natural wonder, stands a modest dwelling crafted from living wood and woven reeds, its walls breathing with the rhythm of the seasons themselves. This is the home of the Zan family, keepers of an art form as old as Ionia itself. For generations beyond counting, they have served as guardians of the blade dance, a sacred tradition that transforms the deadly grace of combat into something transcendent, something that speaks to the very soul of the First Lands. The family's small courtyard, worn smooth by countless years of practice, bears witness to a legacy written not in stone or parchment, but in the flowing movements of bodies that have learned to channel the earth's own pulse. Young Irelia awakens each morning to the sound of her grandmother's practice, the whisper of silk through air, as ceremonial blades trace patterns older than memory. Even before her eyes open, she can feel the rhythm in her bones, a gentle percussion that seems to emanate from the earth itself. The child rises from her sleeping mat like a flower, greeting the dawn, her small feet already moving in unconscious imitation of the steps she has absorbed through years of observation. At 7 years old, Irelia possesses a natural grace that astonishes even her accomplished family. Where other children stumble and tumble in their eagerness, she flows, her movements carrying an innate understanding of balance and harmony that cannot be taught, only nurtured. Her dark hair, adorned with simple wooden pins carved by her father's patient hands, catches the morning light as she attempts to mirror her grandmother's forms, her small frame casting dancing shadows across the courtyard stones. Watch her now, in your mind's eye, as she practices the fundamental movements that will one day save her homeland. Her tiny hands grip practice blades carved from blessed ironwood, their surfaces smooth from generations of use. The weight feels strange in her small fingers, yet something deep within her recognizes their purpose, their potential. As she moves through the basic sequences, her breathing naturally falls into the meditative rhythm that her grandmother has demonstrated countless times, each exhale releasing intention into the world, each inhale drawing power from the land beneath her feet. Her mother, Zarina, watches from the doorway with eyes that hold both pride and a mother's protective concern. In Irelia's movements, she sees echoes of her own youth, memories of the time when blade dancing was purely ceremonial, purely beautiful, untainted by the necessity of actual combat. The woman's hands, still graceful despite years of household work, unconsciously mirror her daughter's forms, muscle memory asserting itself across the decades. Feel the earth's heartbeat. Little Blossom, her grandmother, Elder Rockle, instructs in a voice like wind chimes touched by evening breeze. The blades are not separate from you, nor you from them. They are extensions of your will, your spirit, your connection to all living things. The old woman's own blades move in slow, hypnotic arcs around her aged form, each motion deliberate and filled with decades of accumulated wisdom. Irelia nods solemnly, her young face serious with concentration as she attempts to understand concepts that will take years to fully grasp. Yet even now, there are moments, brief, shining instants, when something clicks into place, when her movements suddenly align with forces beyond her comprehension. In these moments, the practice blades seem to sing, their edges catching light in ways that defy ordinary explanation, and the very air around the child shimmers with potential. The village of Navori stretches beyond the Zan family compound like a tapestry woven from contentment itself. Cobblestone paths wind between homes that have grown rather than been built, their walls incorporating living trees whose branches form natural roofs and whose roots strengthen foundations laid down by previous generations. Gardens overflow with vegetables and flowers that seem to grow with unusual vigor, as if the earth here is particularly generous with its gifts. Children play in the communal spaces, their games incorporating elements of the various martial and spiritual traditions that flourish throughout Ionia. Some practice basic magical techniques under the watchful eyes of patient elders, while others learn to commune with the small spirits that inhabit household shrines and garden corners. The sound of their laughter mingles with the gentle chiming of wind bells and the distant melody of someone practicing the gukin, creating a symphony of peaceful daily life. Irelia's father, Jarek, returns each evening from his work in the surrounding farms, his hands rich with the loam of Ionian soil and his heart full of stories to share with his daughter. He tells her of the way the crops seem to grow in response to the farmers' songs, how the irrigation channels carry not just water, but blessings from the mountain springs, how every seed planted is also a prayer offered to the spirits of growth and abundance. These stories fill Irelia's imagination with wonder, painting her world in colors of magic and meaning that she will carry with her through all the darkness that lies ahead. In her child's mind, Ionia is not just a place but a living entity, a benevolent presence that watches over its children with infinite patience and love. She believes, with the absolute faith of innocence, that such a place could never truly be harmed, that its inherent goodness would protect it from any force that might wish it ill. The seasons flow by like a gentle river, each bringing its own lessons and its own joys. In spring, Irelia learns to dance with the falling cherry blossoms, her movements incorporating the random beauty of their descent. Summer brings lessons in flow and adaptation as she practices near the village stream, learning to move like water over stones. Autumn teaches her about transformation and letting go as she dances among falling leaves, while winter shows her the power of stillness and inner fire as she maintains her forms despite the cold. Through it all, her family nurtures not just her physical abilities, but her spiritual connection to the art they practice. Elder Rockel shares stories of the blade dance's origins, tales of how the first practitioners learned their art by watching the spirits themselves move through the physical world. She speaks of legendary dancers who could call rain with their movements, who could heal the wounded earth with the patterns they traced, who could commune with the deepest mysteries of existence through the meditation of motion. The blade dance is not about the blades, child. The old woman often reminds her granddaughter as they practice in the gathering dusk. It is about the spaces between the movements, the breath between the steps, the silence that gives meaning to the song. When you truly understand this, you will have learned not just to dance, but to live in harmony with all that is. Young Irelia absorbs these teachings like rich earth, accepts water, her understanding growing slowly but surely with each passing day. She begins to notice subtleties in her family's movements that she had never seen before, the way her grandmother's eyes track invisible currents in the air, the way her mother's breathing seems to synchronize with distant rhythms, the way her father's evening practice sessions seem to draw night-blooming flowers into fuller blossom. The village temple becomes another classroom for the growing child, its ancient halls filled with artifacts and artwork that celebrate Ionia's rich spiritual heritage. Here, among statues of dragon spirits and paintings of celestial gardens, Irelia learns that her family's art is part of something vast and interconnected, a web of traditions that spans the entire First Lands and reaches back through countless generations. Monk Tadeo, the temple's keeper, delights in the child's eager questions and boundless curiosity. He shows her scrolls depicting the great blade dancers of history, their forms captured in elegant brushstrokes that seem to move even while remaining still. He explains how each region of Ionia has developed its own interpretation of the dance, how the coastal practitioners incorporate the rhythm of waves, while mountain dancers draw power from stone and wind. "Your family carries the heart style," he tells her one afternoon as they sit in the temple garden, surrounded by the gentle hum of meditation chimes. "It is the original form, the one from which all others grew. In your movements, you preserve not just technique, but the very soul of our land's deepest traditions." These words fill young Irelia with a sense of responsibility that she doesn't yet fully understand but accepts with the natural grace of childhood. She begins to approach her practice with renewed dedication, sensing that she is part of something far greater than herself, a living link in a chain that stretches both backward through history and forward into an uncertain future. The other children of Navori grow accustomed to seeing Irelia in the early morning hours, her small form moving through the mists that rise from the warming earth. Some join her occasionally, attempting to learn basic movements, but most are content to watch, understanding instinctively that they are witnessing something special, something that belongs to the realm of destiny rather than ordinary childhood development. As Irelia approaches her 8th birthday, her abilities begin to manifest in ways that surprise even her experienced family. During practice sessions, the ceremonial blades sometimes seem to move with their own will, responding to her intentions before she fully forms them in her conscious mind. Flowers in the courtyard lean toward her as she passes, and small spirits, usually shy around humans, linger near her practice area, drawn by something in her presence that speaks to their ancient nature. Elder Rackle watches these developments with a mixture of pride and growing concern. She recognizes the signs of exceptional potential, the kind of natural connection to Ionia's magical essence that appears only rarely in each generation. Such gifts bring great responsibility and often great trial. In the peaceful days of Irelia's childhood, however, these concerns remain unspoken, relegated to the realm of late-night worries that dissolve with each morning's return to ordinary routine. The child herself remains blissfully unaware of the deeper implications of her growing abilities. For her, the slight movement of practice blades and the unusual behavior of garden spirits are simply part of the wonderful mystery that is her daily life. She accepts them with the same natural ease with which she accepts the changing of seasons and the reliable warmth of her family's love. Evening practices become particularly magical during this period of her development. As the sun sets behind the hills surrounding Navori, casting the world in shades of gold and amber, Irelia's movements seem to catch and hold the fading light. Her family watches in quiet amazement as their youngest member dances with shadows that seem more substantial than they should be. Her blade work, creating patterns in the air that linger just long enough to suggest depths of meaning beyond ordinary understanding. She carries the old magic, Elder Rackle whispers to her son and daughter-in-law one evening after Irelia has gone to sleep. "I have not seen its like since I was her age, when my own grandmother still lived to teach me the deepest mysteries. The land itself recognizes her, speaks to her in ways it has not spoken to our family for many generations." These conversations happen in hushed tones, always out of Irelia's hearing, for her family understands that childhood should be protected for as long as possible. They want their daughter and granddaughter to grow strong in the light of innocence before she must face whatever challenges her gifts might bring. In their love and wisdom, they create a sanctuary of normalcy around her extraordinary nature, allowing her to develop at her own pace without the burden of excessive expectations. The approaching winter of Irelia's 8th year brings with it a sense of completion to this phase of her training. Elder Rakel announces that come spring, the child will be ready to begin learning the intermediate forms, the movements that will bridge the gap between childhood practice and adult mastery. This milestone fills the household with quiet celebration, recognition that their youngest member has successfully mastered the foundation upon which all future learning will rest. On the last warm evening of autumn, the entire family gathers in their courtyard for a special practice session. As the first stars appear in the darkening sky, 4 generations of blade dancers move together in perfect synchronization, their forms creating a living mandala of tradition and continuity. Sent among them, but no less integral to the pattern, feels the profound connection that binds her not just to her family, but to every practitioner who has ever lived, who has ever sought to express the inexpressible through movement and breath and perfectly balanced steel. In this moment of perfect harmony, surrounded by love and steeped in tradition, young Irelia experiences a profound sense of belonging that will sustain her through all the trials that lie ahead. She understands, with the deep knowing that transcends rational thought, that she is exactly where she belongs, doing exactly what she was born to do, surrounded by people who will love and guide her, no matter what the future might bring. The night wind carries the scent of jasmine and the distant sound of temple bells as the family concludes their practice with the traditional prayer of gratitude. They thank the spirits of their ancestors, the guardians of their land, and the mysterious forces that allow such beauty to exist in a world that often seems touched by shadow. Their voices blend together in words that have been spoken by countless generations, creating a bridge between past and future that spans the eternal present of this perfect moment. As young Irelia finally drifts towards sleep that night, her mind filled with the echoes of movement and music, she dreams of dancing with spirits made of starlight, of blades that sing with the voices of ancient wisdom, of a future bright with possibility and promise. She cannot know that these dreams will soon give way to nightmares, that the harmony she takes for granted will be shattered by forces from beyond her gentle world's borders. For now, she sleeps in perfect peace, cradled by love and tradition, a child of Ionia in the fullest and most beautiful sense. In the quiet darkness of her family's home, the ceremonial blades rest in their honored places, their edges catching moonlight that filters through rice paper windows. They seem to whisper among themselves in the language of metal and magic, as if they too sense that change approaches, that their purpose will soon evolve from ceremonial beauty to something far more urgent and necessary. But for these last precious hours of innocence, they keep their counsel, allowing the household to rest in the sweet illusion that peace, once established, might endure forever. The spirits that guard the Zan family compound settle into their nightly vigil, their presence a gentle warmth that wraps around the sleeping household like a protective embrace. They have watched over this family for generations, seen children grow to adulthood, witnessed the passing of wisdom from one generation to the next, celebrated the continuation of traditions that keep the heart of Ionia beating strong and true. Tonight they add young Irelia to their special care, sensing in her the potential for greatness and the vulnerability that such potential always brings. As the hours pass toward dawn, the child stirs in her sleep, her small hands moving in unconscious imitation of the forms she has practiced throughout the day. Even in dreams, she dances, her spirit communing with forces that will soon call upon her to transform from student to protector, from child to symbol, from innocent dancer to revolutionary warrior. But for now, she simply sleeps and dreams and grows strong in the shelter of a love that will never abandon her, no matter how far from home her destiny might lead. When morning comes, it will bring another day of practice, another day of learning, another day of peaceful routine in a village that has known such peace for so long that its inhabitants have begun to believe it might last forever. Young Irelia will wake with excitement for the day's lessons, her heart light with the joy of a child who has never known real sorrow, real loss, real fear. She will dance again in her family's courtyard, her movements growing ever more graceful, ever more connected to the deep rhythms that pulse through Ionia's heart. And in the growing distance, still too far away to trouble a child's dreams, other forces stir with purposes far removed from harmony and balance. But such shadows have no place in these last golden days of innocence, these final precious moments when a young girl named Irelia can simply be a child who loves to dance, surrounded by a family who loves her, in a world that still remembers how to be gentle. What dreams, do you think, fill the sleep of children who grow up surrounded by such beauty and tradition, who learn from their earliest days that they are part of something greater than themselves, something worth preserving and protecting with every breath they draw? Chapter 2. The Art of Blade Dancing. In the sacred grove where moonlight weaves silver threads through ancient bamboo, where the very air holds memories of movements performed across countless centuries, we find ourselves drawn deeper into the mystical heart of Ionian tradition. Tonight, as soft shadows play across tranquil spaces, let us explore the profound art that has shaped Irelia's very essence. The blade dance, a practice so intricate and spiritually rich that to witness it is to glimpse the soul of the first lands themselves. The morning mist clings to the Zan family courtyard like a gentle blessing as young Irelia begins her daily communion with forces that most mortals never even sense. At 8 years old, she has progressed beyond the simple forms that once challenged her small frame, her movements now carrying a fluid grace that speaks of deeper understanding. Watch her now, as she stands at the center of the worn stone circle, her breathing synchronized with rhythms that pulse through the earth beneath her bare feet. The blade dance, as Elder Rachel has taught her granddaughter through countless patient sessions, is far more than a mere martial art or ceremonial display. It represents the physical manifestation of Ionia's most fundamental principle, the concept of balance in all things. Each movement, each breath, each heartbeat becomes part of a greater symphony that connects the practitioner, not just to their weapons, but to the living essence of the land itself. Feel the morning's intention, little blossom, Elder Rachel instructs, her own weathered hands moving in supportive gestures that guide invisible currents of energy around her student. The earth awakens with purpose, the sky breathes with anticipation, the spirits stir with curiosity about what this day might bring. Your dance should echo all of this, becoming a bridge between the seen and unseen worlds. Irelia closes her eyes, allowing her grandmother's words to sink into her consciousness like water into thirsty soil. In the darkness behind her eyelids, she begins to sense the subtle flows of energy that Elder Rachel describes, warm currents rising from the earth, cool streams descending from the sky, lateral movements that seem to spiral around the courtyard, in patterns too complex for her young mind to fully grasp, but simple enough for her spirit to follow. Her practice blades, carved from ironwood blessed by temple monks, and polished smooth by generations of use, rest in her small hands with a weight that transcends their physical mass. As she begins the opening sequence of the morning awakening form, the blades seem to develop a life of their own, their movements guided not just by her conscious intention, but by something deeper, something that speaks in the language of instinct and inherited wisdom. The blade dance, as it was first developed in the ancient days when humans and spirits walked more closely together, emerged from careful observation of the natural world's own choreography. Early practitioners studied the way wind moved through grass, how water flowed around stones, how fire danced with shadows, how earth shifted and settled in response to unseen forces. They learned to embody these movements, to become living expressions of the elements themselves. Each style of blade dancing reflects a different aspect of this natural mimicry. The river style flows like water over stones, its movements soft and adaptive, capable of finding a path around any obstacle. Mountain style stands firm as stone, its forms rooted and powerful, unmovable as ancient peaks. Sky style moves like wind and cloud, light and ethereal, touching everything while being grasped by nothing. Flame style burns bright and fierce, its motions intense and transformative, capable of both creation and destruction. The Zan family practices what is known as the heart style, the original form from which all others descended. Heart style seeks to embody not just one element, but the balance point between all elements, the still center around which the wheel of existence turns. It is perhaps the most difficult style to master, requiring not just physical skill, but deep spiritual understanding, an ability to find harmony within complexity, peace within motion, stillness within constant change. Young Irelia moves through the familiar sequences with growing confidence, her small frame somehow containing movements that seem far too large and complex for her size. The morning awakening form tells the story of consciousness emerging from sleep, of light gradually dispelling darkness, of potential slowly transforming into action. Each gesture has meaning, each step carries symbolic weight, each breath marks another moment in the eternal cycle of renewal that governs all life. As she progresses through the form, subtle changes begin to manifest around her. The morning mist swirls in patterns that mirror her movements, creating spirals and eddies that persist for just a moment longer than natural physics would suggest. Flower petals drift from nearby trees in response to her gestures, falling in arcs that seem choreographed to complement her dance. Small spirits, normally invisible to human perception, gather at the edges of the courtyard, drawn by the harmony between her movements and the deeper rhythms they recognize as their own. Elder Rakel watches these phenomena with eyes that have been trained over decades to perceive such subtleties. She recognizes the signs of a natural adept, someone whose connection to Ionia's spiritual essence runs deeper than mere technique can account for. Such individuals appear perhaps once in a generation, their presence marking moments when the art itself might evolve, when new understanding might emerge from the marriage of tradition and inspiration. The blades remember, the old woman murmurs, her voice barely audible above the whisper of silk through air. They carry within them the echoes of every dance ever performed, every prayer ever offered, every moment of perfect balance ever achieved. When a true practitioner takes them in hand, they awaken to their full potential, becoming not just tools but partners in the sacred work of harmony. Irelia completes the morning awakening form, and smoothly transitions into the flowing river sequence, her movements becoming more fluid, more adaptive. This form teaches the principle of yielding to overcome, of finding strength through flexibility, of achieving victory through understanding rather than force. As she moves, her practice blades trace patterns in the air that seem to leave brief after images, ghostly trails of light that fade slowly back into ordinary visibility. The deeper mysteries of blade dancing extend far beyond physical movement into realms that most practitioners never fully explore. Ancient texts speak of masters who could call rain with their dances, who could heal wounded land through their movements, who could commune directly with the spirit realm through the meditation of motion. These abilities, dismissed by skeptics as mere legend, represent the ultimate expression of the art's true purpose, to serve as a bridge between the material and spiritual worlds. Each weapon used in blade dancing carries its own significance and symbolic meaning. The straight-bladed dao represents clarity of purpose and directness of action. The curved saber embodies adaptability and grace under pressure. Twin weapons symbolize the balance between opposing forces, the harmony that can be achieved when apparent contradictions work together toward common purpose. The choice of weapons often reflects not just practical considerations but spiritual affinity, the practitioner's natural resonance with particular aspects of the cosmic dance. Irelia's practice weapons have been specifically crafted for her by her father, their proportions carefully calculated to match her current size and strength, while allowing room for growth. The wood from which they are carved comes from trees that have grown in sacred groves, their grain imbued with decades of exposure to spiritual energy. The metal fittings, though simple, bear engravings of protective symbols that have been blessed by temple priests and charged with positive intention. As the child progresses through her morning practice, moving from form to form with increasing fluidity, the distinction between dancer and dance begins to blur. This dissolution of separateness represents one of the art's deepest teachings, that true mastery comes not from controlling the movement, but from becoming the movement, from surrendering individual will to the greater rhythm that governs all existence. The Zan family's courtyard has been shaped over generations to support this kind of practice. The stones beneath Irelia's feet have been arranged according to principles of feng shui that optimize the flow of spiritual energy. Small gardens in each corner represent the four elements, their plantings chosen to enhance particular aspects of training. A central fountain provides the sound of flowing water, its gentle murmur helping practitioners maintain the meditative state necessary for advanced work. Wind chimes made from bamboo and blessed metal hang at specific points around the courtyard's perimeter, their tones carefully tuned to frequencies that promote harmony and focus. When the morning breeze stirs them to song, their overlapping melodies create complex harmonics that seem to guide the rhythm of movement, providing an auditory foundation for the visual poetry of the dance. Elder Raquel begins her own practice session, moving through forms that she has performed thousands of times yet approaches with fresh attention and respect. Her aged body moves with a precision that defies the limitations of time, each gesture economical yet complete, each transition smooth as flowing water. In her movements, decades of accumulated wisdom find expression, transforming simple techniques into profound statements about the nature of existence itself. Watch the spaces between the movements, she instructs Irelia as they practice side by side. See how emptiness gives meaning to fullness, how stillness empowers motion, how silence makes music possible. The blade dance teaches us that what appears to be empty is actually full of potential. What seems to be ending is actually beginning. What looks like opposition is actually cooperation. Young Irelia attempts to integrate this teaching into her own practice, her keen mind working to understand concepts that will take years to fully absorb. She begins to notice moments when her movements feel particularly right, when the blades seem to move themselves, when her breathing synchronizes perfectly with rhythms she cannot name but somehow recognizes. These moments, brief as they are, give her glimpses of the mastery that awaits those who dedicate themselves fully to the art. The philosophical foundations of blade dancing draw from the same spiritual traditions that underlie all of Ionian culture. The concept of complementary opposites, light and shadow, strength and flexibility, action and stillness, forms the theoretical basis for understanding how apparently contradictory forces can work together to create harmony. The dance becomes a physical exploration of these principles, a way of embodying abstract concepts through concrete action. Advanced practitioners learn to see their weapons not as tools for violence, but as instruments for harmony, capable of cutting through illusion and confusion to reveal the truth that lies beneath surface appearances. The sharp edge that can wound can also heal, severing connections that bind the spirit to unhealthy patterns, clearing away obstacles that prevent the natural flow of beneficial energy. The seasonal cycles play an important role in traditional training, with different forms being emphasized at different times of year. Spring practices focus on growth and renewal, their movements expansive and optimistic. Summer forms embody fullness and activity, their rhythms quick and energetic. Autumn dances teach release and transformation, their patterns helping practitioners let go of what no longer serves them. Winter training emphasizes conservation and inner work, the movements becoming more subtle, more internal, more meditative. Irelia's natural affinity for the art manifests in ways that continue to surprise her family. During her practice sessions, small synchronicities begin to occur with increasing frequency. Birds land nearby and remain throughout her forms, as if drawn by some quality in her movements that speaks to their own nature. Butterflies spiral around her in patterns that mirror her blade work. Even the family cat, normally aloof and independent, can often be found sitting at the courtyard's edge during her morning sessions, watching with apparent fascination. The integration of breathwork with physical movement represents another crucial aspect of traditional training. Each movement should be performed on either an inhalation or exhalation, with transitions occurring during the spaces between breaths. This coordination creates a natural rhythm that helps practitioners maintain the meditative state necessary for accessing the art's deeper dimensions. The breath becomes a bridge between conscious intention and unconscious wisdom, allowing the body's innate intelligence to guide the dance. As Irelia progresses through her morning routine, moving from basic forms into more complex sequences, her mother, Zarina, begins her own practice in a different section of the courtyard. The two female practitioners, separated by decades of experience but united by their shared devotion to the art, create a visual harmony that speaks of the tradition's capacity to connect across generations, to create bonds that transcend the limitations of age and individual experience. The sound of their synchronized movements creates a gentle percussion that seems to resonate with the earth itself. Fabric whispers against skin, feet pad softly against stone, breath moves in and out in rhythms that echo the larger breathing of the world around them. These subtle sounds blend with the morning songs of birds, the distant murmur of the village awakening, the ever-present whisper of wind through leaves, creating a symphony of peaceful activity that embodies the Ionian ideal of living in harmony with natural forces. The blade dance also serves important social functions within Ionian communities. Public performances during festivals and ceremonies help maintain cultural cohesion, reminding participants of shared values and common heritage. Young people learn respect for tradition, while being encouraged to add their own creative interpretations, ensuring that the art continues to evolve while maintaining its essential character. Master practitioners often serve as community leaders and spiritual guides, their deep understanding of balance and harmony making them natural mediators and counselors. The discipline required to master the art tends to develop patience, wisdom, and emotional stability, qualities that prove valuable in many aspects of life beyond the practice courtyard. As the morning session draws toward its close, Irelia performs the returning to center form, a sequence designed to gather scattered energy and return the practitioner to a state of calm equilibrium. Her movements become progressively slower and more internal, the external display gradually giving way to inner contemplation. The practice blades seem to grow heavier in her hands, not with physical weight but with accumulated significance, as if they have absorbed some essence from the morning's work that they will carry forward into the rest of the day. Elder Rakel concludes her own practice with the traditional gesture of gratitude, bowing deeply to the four directions, to the earth below, to the sky above, acknowledging all the forces that make such beauty possible. Irelia mirrors her grandmother's movements, her young heart filled with appreciation for the privilege of participating in something so ancient and meaningful, so perfectly designed to nurture both individual growth and collective harmony. The morning mist has burned away during their practice session, revealing a courtyard that seems somehow more vibrant than it was at dawn, as if the energy generated by their movements has enhanced the natural beauty of their surroundings. Flowers appear more colorful, stones seem to glow with inner light, even the simple wooden practice rack where they return their blades looks somehow more substantial, more real. The dance changes us, Elder Rakel explains as they carefully clean and store their practice weapons, but it also changes the world around us. When we move in harmony with the deepest rhythms of existence, we create ripples that spread far beyond our ability to see or measure. Every sincere practice session makes the world a little more balanced, a little more beautiful, a little more aligned with its highest potential. These words plant seeds in young Irelia's imagination that will grow and flourish throughout her life, shaping her understanding of her own purpose and her relationship to the world around her. She begins to sense that the blade dance represents something far greater than personal achievement or even family tradition. It is a form of service, a way of contributing to the cosmic balance that keeps all things in their proper place. As they make their way back toward the house for the morning meal, the child's mind buzzes with new questions and insights. She wonders about the masters of ancient times, about the secrets that still remain hidden within the forms she practices every day, about her own potential to someday contribute to the art's ongoing evolution. These wondering thoughts fill her with excitement for the years of training that lie ahead, for the deepening understanding that awaits those who commit themselves fully to the path. The scent of cooking rice and brewing tea drifts from the kitchen, calling the practitioners back to the simple pleasures of family life. Yet even as they transition from the sacred space of practice to the comfortable routines of daily existence, something of the dance remains with them, a quality of awareness and grace that infuses even the most ordinary activities with subtle beauty. In this seamless integration of spiritual practice with everyday life, we see one of Ionia's greatest gifts to the world, the understanding that the sacred and the mundane are not separate realms, but different aspects of a single unified reality. The blade dance serves as both a gateway to mystical experience and a practical method for maintaining the balance and harmony that make ordinary happiness possible. As the Zand family gathers around their breakfast table, the morning's practice session settles into memory, becoming part of the vast repository of experience that shapes their understanding of themselves and their place in the world. Young Irelia carries with her the sensations of perfect movement, the feeling of weapons responding to her will, the glimpses of deeper reality that emerge during moments of complete absorption in the dance. These experiences become the foundation upon which all her future growth will rest, the bedrock of confidence and connection that will sustain her through trials she cannot yet imagine. In the simple act of moving in harmony with forces greater than herself, she has touched something eternal, something that no external circumstance can ever truly diminish or destroy. The art of blade dancing, with its emphasis on balance, harmony, and spiritual connection, represents everything that is most beautiful and valuable about Ionian culture. In learning its forms, young Irelia absorbs not just physical techniques but an entire worldview, a way of being that will shape her responses to every challenge she will face throughout her life. What depths of wisdom, do you think, might be hidden within movements that appear simple on the surface, but connect to forces that have shaped the world since time began? And how might such understanding change the way we approach our own daily practices and pursuits? Chapter 3: Shadows on the Horizon. In the gathering twilight, where distant thunder rolls without the promise of rain, where the wind carries whispers of unease from lands beyond familiar borders, we find ourselves drawn to examine the subtle changes that began to touch Ionia during the peaceful days of Irelia's 9th year. Tonight, as gentle shadows lengthen across quiet spaces, let us explore those first faint warnings that something vast and troubling was stirring in the world beyond the First Lands, signs that would soon shatter the timeless tranquility that had sheltered generations of Ionians in blissful isolation. The morning market in Navori buzzes with its usual gentle activity as young Irelia accompanies her mother on their weekly journey to gather supplies and catch up on village news. The child moves with the fluid grace that has become second nature to her, her steps unconsciously following the rhythmic patterns that govern her daily practice, her awareness naturally attuned to the harmonious energies that flow through her peaceful community. Yet something feels different this particular morning, though Irelia cannot quite identify what has changed. The merchants smile as warmly as ever. The produce displays overflow with the same abundant beauty. The familiar faces greet her with unchanged affection. But underneath the surface normalcy, she senses an undercurrent of tension, a subtle discord that disrupts the usual symphony of peaceful village life. "Mother," she asks quietly, as they pause at the herb vendor's stall, "why do the grown-ups look worried today? Have I done something wrong?" Her young face, still round with childhood innocence, turns upward with the trusting concern of a child who has never known real trouble, who cannot imagine that worry might exist independent of her own small sphere of influence. Zarina's gentle hand smooths her daughter's dark hair, the gesture carrying reassurance, even as her own eyes betray the anxiety that has been growing among the adults of their community. "No, little blossom," she murmurs softly. "You have done nothing wrong. The grown-ups are simply discussing news from far away, stories that probably have nothing to do with our quiet life here in Navori." But even as she speaks these comforting words, Zarina's gaze drifts toward the group of elders gathered near the village message board. their voices low and urgent as they examine a scroll that bears official seals. She recognizes the symbols, communications from the provincial capital, updates on matters of governance and regional affairs that rarely impact their rural community directly. Today, however, the men and women clustered around that board wear expressions she has not seen since the great drought of her own childhood, a mixture of concern and disbelief that suggests the arrival of news too troubling to easily accept. Young Irelia follows her mother's gaze, her intuitive nature picking up on the subtle signs of distress that radiate from the gathered adults. Master Chen, the village's senior blacksmith, shakes his head slowly as he reads over the shoulder of Elder Jin, his weathered features marked by a frown that seems out of place on a face usually brightened by the satisfaction of honest work. Mistress Yun, the temple's assistant keeper, clutches her prayer beads with white-knuckled intensity, her lips moving in silent recitation of protective mantras. What do you suppose they're reading about? Irelia wonders aloud, her curiosity overcoming the subtle fear that has begun to gnaw at the edges of her consciousness. In her young experience, adult worry always proves to be either misplaced or easily resolved, and she expects this situation to follow the same pattern. Before her mother can respond, young Kai, the baker's son, and one of Irelia's occasional playmates, comes running up to them with the boundless energy of childhood excitement, mixed with a touch of nervous thrill. Irelia, Irelia, did you hear? There are soldiers coming from the west. Real soldiers, with armor and everything. The boy's words send a chill through Zarina's heart, though she maintains her calm exterior for her daughter's sake. Soldiers, she asks carefully, keeping her voice level. What kind of soldiers, Kai? From which province? I don't know, the boy admits, his initial excitement beginning to fade as he notices the serious expressions on the adults around him. My father was talking to Master Feng about it, and they said the soldiers have strange banners, not like the ones from the capital. They said, he pauses, suddenly uncertain whether he should repeat what he has overheard. They said the soldiers don't look like us. Irelia's brow furrows as she tries to process this information. In her limited experience, all soldiers look more or less the same. Ionian men and women who serve the provincial governors, maintaining order and protecting the trade routes that connect her peaceful village to the larger world. The idea of soldiers who don't look like us puzzles her, creating questions she lacks the framework to properly formulate. Foreign soldiers. Zarina's voice carries a note of surprise that she cannot quite suppress. But why would foreign soldiers be traveling through our lands? Surely they would send word ahead, request permission. Her words trail off as she realizes the implications of what young Kai has described. Foreign soldiers moving through Ionian territory without announcement, without the usual diplomatic protocols that govern such movements, suggests possibilities too troubling to voice in front of the children. She glances again toward the group of elders, noting how their discussion has grown more animated, more urgent, their gestures carrying the weight of serious concern. Elder Rakel appears at their side, with the silent grace that characterizes all her movements, her aged features composed but alert. Zarina, child, she says quietly, perhaps it would be wise to complete our marketing quickly today. The morning grows late, and there is much to discuss at home. Her words carry layers of meaning that the adults understand but the children miss, a suggestion that private family conversation is needed to address whatever information has disturbed the village's usual tranquility. As they gather their purchases and prepare to return home, Irelia notices other subtle changes in the market's atmosphere. Conversations that would normally flow like gentle streams now move in urgent whispers. Merchants who usually take time to chat with customers instead focus intently on their transactions, their eyes frequently darting toward the message board, where more villagers continue to gather. Even the children sense that something has shifted, their play becoming more subdued, their laughter carrying notes of uncertainty. The walk home seems longer than usual, though the family maintains their customary pace along the familiar paths that wind through Navori's peaceful neighborhoods. Irelia finds herself paying closer attention to her surroundings, as if seeing them clearly might help her understand what has changed. The houses look the same, their gardens still overflow with seasonal beauty. The small shrines that mark important corners still radiate their gentle spiritual presence. Yet something indefinable has shifted, a quality in the air itself that speaks of endings and beginnings, of stability giving way to uncertainty. "Grandmother," Irelia asks as they approach their own gate, "are the foreign soldiers coming to visit our village? Will they want to see the blade dancing?" Father says that visitors sometimes come from far away to learn about our traditions. Elder Rakel's step falters almost imperceptibly, a momentary hesitation that speaks volumes to those who know her well. "Perhaps, Little Blossom," she replies carefully, "though I suspect these particular visitors may have concerns other than cultural exchange on their minds." The family courtyard, usually a haven of peace and spiritual harmony, somehow feels smaller today, its walls seeming less capable of protecting the sanctuary they have always provided. As they settle into their normal routine, unpacking their market purchases and preparing for the midday meal, an undercurrent of tension runs through even the most mundane activities. Jarek returns from his work in the fields earlier than usual, his face bearing the serious expression that Irelia has rarely seen outside of the most solemn ceremonial occasions. He exchanges meaningful glances with his wife and mother, their silent communication carrying information that excludes their young daughter from adult concerns she is not yet ready to understand. "The news from the capital is troubling," he says carefully, as they gather around their simple dining table. "It seems that representatives from the Noxian Empire have been making overtures to our provincial governors, seeking what they term mutually beneficial arrangements regarding trade and territorial access." Elder Rakel's chopsticks pause halfway to her mouth. "Noxian Empire," she repeats, her voice carrying decades of accumulated wisdom about the world beyond Ionia's borders. "I have heard stories of their diplomatic methods. They tend to offer arrangements that prove far more beneficial to themselves than to those with whom they negotiate." "What's a Noxian Empire?" Irelia asks innocently, her young mind struggling to grasp concepts that exist far beyond her direct experience. "Are they the foreign soldiers that Kai was talking about? Do they want to learn our traditions too?" Her parents exchange another of those weighted glances that have become increasingly common throughout the morning. How do you explain the concept of aggressive expansion to a child who has only known peace? How do you describe the hunger for conquest to someone whose world has been shaped entirely by principles of harmony and balance? "The Noxian Empire is a very large group of people who live far to the west of our lands," Zarina explains carefully. "They have different ideas about how nations should interact with each other. Where we prefer to live quietly and peacefully, they believe in actively expanding their influence over their neighbors, like when the river floods and spreads beyond its usual banks." Irelia asks, trying to understand through comparison to natural phenomena she has observed. "Something like that," Jarek agrees, though his expression suggests the comparison captures only a small part of a much more complex and troubling reality. "The difference is that rivers flood because of natural forces they cannot control. The Noxians expand because they choose to, because they believe their way of life should spread to encompass other peoples and places." The afternoon passes with an unusual quietness as the family goes about their normal activities while processing the implications of the morning's news. Elder Rakel spends extra time in meditation, her practice sessions taking on an intensity that suggests she is seeking guidance from sources beyond ordinary consciousness. Zarina focuses on household tasks with unusual concentration, as if maintaining perfect order in their domestic sphere might somehow ward off the chaos that threatens from beyond their borders. Irelia attempts to lose herself in her usual afternoon practice session, moving through familiar forms with the muscle memory that has developed over months of dedicated training. Yet even in the meditative state that normally provides complete absorption, she finds her attention wandering to questions about soldiers and empires and the subtle fear she has begun to sense in the adults around her. Her practice blades feel different in her hands today, though she cannot articulate exactly what has changed. They seem somehow more substantial, more real, as if the morning's news has awakened aspects of their nature that remained dormant during the peaceful months of ceremonial use. For the first time, she finds herself wondering about their practical applications, about the difference between moving in harmony with cosmic forces and moving to protect something precious from those who would destroy it. As evening approaches, neighbors begin to arrive at the Zan family compound, their faces bearing the same mixture of concern and determination that has characterized the day's atmosphere. Master Chen carries his best work tools, Elder Jin brings scrolls and maps, Mistress Yun arrives with supplies for an extended discussion. Clearly, the adults of Navori have decided that the morning's news requires serious consideration and careful planning. Irelia, her mother says gently, "Perhaps tonight would be a good time for you to practice your reading in your room. The grown-ups need to discuss some rather boring administrative matters that would not interest you." The child recognizes the diplomatic dismissal for what it is, though she lacks the experience to understand why her presence at such discussions might be considered inappropriate. With the obedience that has been carefully cultivated through years of loving guidance, she gathers her reading materials and makes her way to her small chamber, though her ears remain attuned to the rise and fall of adult voices drifting from the main room. From her window, she can see other households throughout Navori engaged in similar gatherings. Lights burn late in homes that normally settle into peaceful slumber shortly after sunset. Groups of adults move through the village paths with purpose and urgency, their conversations too distant to overhear, but their body language speaking clearly of serious concern. The night sounds different than usual, though Irelia cannot immediately identify what has changed. The usual chorus of crickets and night birds continues unabated. The wind still whispers through leaves with its familiar voice. The distant sound of the village stream maintains its eternal murmur. Yet underneath these natural rhythms, she senses something new, a quality of watchfulness, of attention turned toward horizons that have never before required such scrutiny. Sleep comes slowly that night, interrupted by dreams that blend the familiar comfort of home with images of strangers in foreign armor, of maps marked with lines that shift and change, of her beloved practice blades, taking on weight and significance that extends far beyond their ceremonial purpose. In her dreams, she dances not in the peaceful courtyard of her childhood, but on stages she has never seen, before audiences whose faces remain hidden in shadow. The following days bring a steady stream of news from the wider world, each update adding another layer of complexity to a situation that grows more troubling with each passing hour. Provincial governors send urgent messages to village elders, requesting information about local defenses, food stores, and the willingness of communities to resist foreign incursion. Travelers arriving from the western provinces bring first-hand accounts of Noxian diplomatic missions that operate more like military reconnaissance than genuine cultural exchange. They ask many questions, reports Master Liu, a merchant who regularly travels the trade routes connecting Navori to larger population centers. Questions about our magical traditions, our spiritual practices, our methods of community organization. They seem particularly interested in any abilities or knowledge that might prove useful for military applications. The words hang in the air of the village meeting hall like storm clouds gathering on a previously clear horizon. The assembled adults of Navori exchange glances that speak of growing alarm, of the recognition that their peaceful isolation may be coming to an end, whether they wish it or not. Elder Rakel rises slowly from her cushion, her aged frame somehow radiating authority, despite its apparent frailty. "In my grandmother's time," she says quietly, "we faced a similar threat from raiders who sought to exploit our peaceful nature for their own benefit. The blade dance was not always purely ceremonial. There was a time when our ancestors understood that beauty must sometimes be defended with more than gentle words and welcoming gestures." Her statement sends ripples of unease through the gathering, forcing them to confront possibilities they had hoped to avoid. The idea that their beloved traditions might need to evolve, that ceremonial arts might require practical application, challenges assumptions that have shaped their community's identity for generations. Young Irelia, despite her parents' attempts to shield her from such discussions, gradually becomes aware of the shift in her community's mood and focus. Adults who once spent their evenings in leisurely conversation now huddle over maps and documents. Children find their play supervised more closely, their ranging restricted to areas closer to home. Even the daily rhythms of village life begin to change, as people unconsciously prepare for uncertainties they cannot yet clearly define. The blade dance practices in the Zan family courtyard take on new dimensions as Elder Rakel begins to incorporate elements that had been set aside during the long years of peace. Movements that had been purely symbolic now carry hints of practical application. Forms that had emphasized spiritual development begin to include considerations of physical effectiveness. The gap between ceremonial beauty and martial necessity starts to narrow in ways that both excite and trouble young Irelia's developing consciousness. "Why are we learning these new movements, grandmother?" she asks one morning after practicing sequences that feel more urgent, more purposeful than the gentle forms of her earlier training. Elder Rakel pauses in her own practice, her expression thoughtful as she considers how to answer honestly without overwhelming her granddaughter with fears too large for a child to bear. "Because, Little Blossom, the dance teaches us to adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining our essential nature. When the world around us shifts, we must shift as well, finding new ways to express timeless principles." The answer satisfies Irelia's immediate curiosity, while planting seeds of understanding that will grow and develop as circumstances require. She returns to her practice with renewed focus, sensing that these movements will prove important in ways she cannot yet comprehend, that the skills she develops now may serve purposes far beyond personal spiritual development. As autumn approaches, the news from the western borders grows increasingly dire. Reports arrive of Noxian advance scouts moving freely through territories that should be under Ionian control, of diplomatic missions that seem more concerned with gathering intelligence than fostering genuine cooperation, of trade agreements that heavily favor Noxian interests, while providing minimal benefits to their supposed partners. The peaceful village of Navori, so recently concerned only with the eternal Rav, rhythms of planting and harvest, spiritual development and family harmony, now finds itself forced to consider questions of defense and resistance, of how to preserve what they value most in the face of forces that seem determined to reshape their world according to foreign principles. In the gathering darkness of uncertain times, the blade dance begins to reveal aspects of its nature that had been hidden during the long years of peace, transforming from purely spiritual practice into something that might yet prove capable of protecting the values and traditions it was originally designed to embody and preserve. What choices do you think must a peaceful people make when confronted with forces that threaten not just their security, but the very foundations of everything they hold dear? And how might ancient wisdom guide such decisions in times when all familiar certainties begin to crumble? Chapter 4. The Noxian Invasion Begins. In the terrible silence that follows the breaking of ancient peace, where smoke rises from horizons that once knew only the gentle mists of morning, we find ourselves witness to the moment when innocence encounters the harsh realities of a world driven by conquest and ambition. Tonight, as shadows deepen around our quiet sanctuary, let us explore those first devastating days when the Noxian war machine crossed into the First Lands, bringing with it a darkness that would forever change the gentle rhythms of life that had sustained Ionia for countless generations. The morning that would shatter young Irelia's world forever begins like any other, with the soft whisper of silk through air as she moves through her practice forms in the family courtyard. At 9 years old, she has grown taller and more graceful, her movements now carrying the fluid precision that marks a true student of the blade dance. The ceremonial weapons feel natural in her hands, extensions of her will and spirit, partners in the ancient dialogue between human consciousness and the cosmic forces that govern all existence. Yet even as she moves through the familiar sequences, something feels wrong in the very air around her. The morning mist clings too heavily to the ground, carrying scents that don't belong to the season. The birds sing with unusual urgency, their melodies sharp with alarm rather than the gentle contentment that typically marks the dawn hours. Even the spirits that usually gather to watch her practice seem agitated, their presence flickering at the edges of perception like candle flames disturbed by unfelt winds. Elder Rackle emerges from the house earlier than usual, her aged features marked by the kind of deep concern that comes from sleepless nights spent in communion with forces beyond ordinary understanding. She moves with purpose toward the small shrine that occupies the courtyard's eastern corner, her hands already reaching for the incense and offerings that accompany the most serious forms of divination. Grandmother. Irelia pauses in her practice, sensing the gravity of her elder's demeanor. Is something wrong? The morning feels different somehow. The old woman's eyes, usually warm with gentle humor and patient wisdom, now burn with an intensity that speaks of visions too troubling to easily share. The spirits are restless, child, she murmurs, as she lights the sacred incense with hands that tremble almost imperceptibly. They speak of disturbances moving across the land like storm fronts, of harmony being shattered by forces that understand only dominance and control. As if summoned by her words, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoes from the village's main road, growing louder with each passing moment. The rhythm speaks of desperate speed, of news too important to wait for normal travel pace. Irelia recognizes the sound of Master Feng's horse, pushed harder than the gentle creature has ever been driven during its years of faithful service to Navori's modest postal needs. The rider appears at their gate like a harbinger of catastrophe, his usually composed features wild with exhaustion and terror. Master Feng, the village's senior messenger, and a man known for his unflappable calm under pressure, slides from his lathered mount with movements that speak of barely controlled panic. Elder Rackle, he calls out, his voice cracking with strain. Terrible news from the western provinces. The Noxians have crossed the border in force, not scouts or diplomats this time, but armies beyond counting, with machines of war such as our people have never seen. The words hit the courtyard like physical blows, shattering the morning's peace with the finality of breaking glass. Irelia feels something cold and sharp settle in her stomach, a fear unlike anything she has ever experienced. The practice blades suddenly feel impossibly heavy in her hands, as if they have absorbed the weight of the messenger's terrible news. Elder Rackle receives the information with the stillness of someone who has prepared for this moment, despite hoping it would never come. How far? She asks simply, her voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to crisis leadership. 3 days' march at most, Master Feng gasps, still struggling to catch his breath. They move faster than natural armies should be able to move, as if driven by unnatural forces. The border fortresses fell without meaningful resistance. Our people were not prepared for warfare on such a scale, conducted with such brutality. The messenger's pause before that final word speaks volumes about horrors he lacks the words to properly describe. In his eyes, Irelia glimpses reflections of things no peaceful person should ever have to witness, images of destruction and suffering that challenge everything her young mind believes about the basic goodness of human nature. Zarina appears at the house door, drawn by the commotion, her face immediately registering the gravity of the situation. Behind her, Jarek emerges with the grim expression of a man who has been expecting bad news, but hoped against hope that it might never arrive. The family gathers in their courtyard, as if drawn together by instinct, seeking comfort in proximity, even as the world around them begins to crumble. The provincial capitals. Elder Rackle continues her methodical questioning, gathering information with the efficiency of someone who understands that knowledge will be crucial for whatever decisions lie ahead. Fallen or under siege, comes the devastating reply. The Noxians move with coordination that speaks of long planning, striking multiple targets simultaneously. They seem to know exactly where to apply pressure for maximum effect. It's as if they understand our weaknesses better than we do ourselves. The implications of this revelation send fresh waves of terror through the assembled family. The idea that their enemies possess such detailed knowledge of Ionian defenses, that their peaceful nature has been studied and catalogued as a tactical weakness to be exploited, transforms the invasion from natural disaster into calculated betrayal of everything they hold sacred. Throughout the morning, similar scenes play out across Navori as word spreads from household to household, carried by children who run between homes and adults who gather in urgent clusters to share information and debate responses. The village that had awakened to gentle routine now buzzes with the kind of desperate energy that marks communities forced to confront existential threats without adequate preparation or experience. The temple bells begin to ring shortly after midday, their bronze voices calling the community together for emergency council. Irelia watches from her family's window as neighbors stream toward the meeting hall, their faces bearing expressions she has never seen before. Fear mixed with determination, despair tempered by stubborn resolve. The look of people discovering strength they never knew they possessed. "Can I come to the meeting?" she asks her parents, sensing that whatever is discussed will affect her life in ways she cannot yet understand. "I want to know what's happening. I want to help." Jarek kneels beside his daughter, his large hands gentle on her small shoulders. "Little Blossom," he says carefully, "the grown-ups need to discuss some very difficult things that might be frightening for someone your age. Your help right now is to stay safe, to continue practicing your forms, to remember that no matter what happens, you are loved and protected." But even as he speaks these comforting words, his eyes reveal the truth that he cannot voice, that their ability to protect her, to maintain the sanctuary of childhood innocence that has sheltered her thus far, may be coming to an end far sooner than any of them had hoped. The emergency council stretches through the afternoon and into the evening, voices rising and falling as the community grapples with choices that seem to offer only degrees of catastrophe. Through the windows of the meeting hall, Irelia can see animated gestures and heated debate, the kind of passionate discussion that her peaceful village has rarely needed to conduct. When her family finally returns home, they move with the heavy steps of people carrying burdens too large for easy comprehension. Elder Rockel looks older than she did that morning, as if the day's revelations have added years to her already considerable age. Zarina's eyes show the particular kind of exhaustion that comes from confronting fears that proved to be even worse than imagination had suggested. "What did you decide?" Irelia asks quietly, sensing that whatever response she receives will mark a turning point in her young life, a moment when childhood's protected innocence gives way to awareness of darker realities. "We have decided," Elder Rockel says carefully, "that Navori will not surrender without resistance. We may be a peaceful people, but we are not helpless." The blade dance carries within it knowledge that was preserved for precisely such times as these, and if the Noxians believe they can simply sweep aside our way of life, they will discover their error. The old woman's words carry a steel that Irelia has never heard before, a hardness that seems at odds with the gentle grandmother who has patiently guided her spiritual development. Yet, as she looks into her elder's eyes, she realizes that this hardness is not separate from that gentleness, but born from it. The fierce determination to protect what is precious that can only arise from genuine love. That night, as the family prepares for sleep that will likely be interrupted by further urgent news, the practice blades are moved from their ceremonial rack to positions near the sleeping areas. The transition carries symbolic weight that even young Irelia recognizes. These weapons are no longer purely ceremonial objects, but tools that may soon be called upon to serve their more practical purpose. The darkness outside seems deeper than usual, filled with the kind of watching silence that speaks of unseen dangers moving closer with each passing hour. In the distance, Irelia can hear the sounds of preparation as her community mobilizes resources and resolve they have never before needed to access. Hammers ring against metal as impromptu weapons are crafted, Voices murmur urgent prayers to spirits whose protection has never before been tested by such dire circumstances. Sleep, when it finally comes, brings dreams filled with images of advancing armies, of banners bearing foreign symbols, of her beloved courtyard, transformed into something far different from the peaceful sanctuary where she has spent so many happy hours. In her dreams, the practice blades sing with voices she has never heard before, speaking in harmonies that carry both warning and promise, both terror and hope. She awakens before dawn to find Elder Rackle already up and moving through forms that combine elements of the traditional blade dance with movements Irelia has never seen before. These new sequences carry an urgency and purpose that speaks of preparation for specific applications rather than general spiritual development. The old woman's practice blades trace patterns that seem to cut through the pre-dawn darkness itself, leaving brief trails of light that fade slowly back into ordinary shadow. "Grandmother," Irelia whispers, not wanting to disturb whatever working her elder has undertaken, but unable to contain her curiosity about these new forms. "The deep traditions, child," comes the quiet reply. "Movements that have been preserved in memory for generations, passed down through whispered instruction and hidden practice. The blade dance was not always as gentle as it has been during our years of peace. There was a time when our ancestors needed these forms for purposes more urgent than spiritual contemplation." As if to emphasize her words, the sound of distant thunder rolls across the landscape, though the sky remains clear of storm clouds. The sound is wrong somehow, too regular and sustained to be natural weather, carrying with it implications that make Irelia's stomach clench with renewed fear. "What is that sound?" she asks, though part of her already knows the answer will be more terrible than she wants to hear. Elder Rackle pauses in her practice, her aged features turning toward the western horizon, where the first signs of unnatural light are beginning to flicker against the retreating night. "War machines, child," she says simply. "The Noxians bring with them devices of destruction that turn warfare itself into something mechanized and impersonal. The sound you hear is the voice of an empire that has forgotten how to value anything it cannot dominate or destroy." The morning that follows brings confirmation of their worst fears as refugees begin to arrive from the western villages, their faces bearing the particular horror of people who have witnessed the unthinkable. They speak in broken phrases of metal beasts that breathe fire, of soldiers who show no mercy to civilians, of ancient forests burning with flames that resist all attempts at extinguishing. Among the refugees is a young woman not much older than Irelia herself, though her eyes carry the premature aging that comes from experiencing too much trauma too quickly. She clutches a bundle that proves to contain the remains of her family's ceremonial weapons, blade dance implements that have been shattered by forces designed to break rather than preserve the beautiful traditions of Ionian culture. "They laughed," the girl whispers when questioned about her experiences. "When our master tried to demonstrate that we were not warriors, that we posed no threat to their advance, they laughed at the beauty of his movements and then they destroyed him for no reason other than their own amusement." The story sends ripples of shock and rage through the gathered villagers, forcing them to confront the reality that their enemies may not be interested in conquest alone, but in the deliberate destruction of everything that makes Ionian culture unique and valuable. The revelation transforms their defensive preparations from reluctant necessity into passionate commitment, awakening reserves of strength they never knew they possessed. As the day progresses, more refugees arrive with increasingly dire reports. The Noxian advance appears unstoppable, a tide of mechanized destruction that overwhelms traditional defenses through sheer scale and technological superiority. Yet, among the stories of defeat and devastation, other tales begin to emerge, accounts of miraculous resistance, of blade dancers whose movements somehow turn aside weapons of war, of spirits awakening to defend their homeland against forces that threaten the very foundations of natural harmony. These stories plant seeds of hope in young Irelia's imagination, even as fear continues to dominate her emotional landscape. She begins to understand that the invasion represents not just a military conflict, but a clash between fundamentally different ways of understanding the world: the Noxian belief in dominance through force versus the Ionian commitment to harmony through balance. As evening approaches, and the unnatural thunder from the west grows ever closer, the Zan family gathers for what they all sense may be their last peaceful meal together for a very long time. The simple food tastes somehow more precious. The familiar conversations carry weight they have never held before. The gentle routines of family life take on the sacred quality of rituals that may soon be impossible to maintain. Tomorrow, Elder Rakel announces, as they prepare to face another night of uncertainty. We begin your true education in the warrior's path, child. The gentle forms have prepared your body and spirit for this moment. But now you must learn to dance, not just with cosmic forces, but with the necessity of protecting everything you hold dear. Her words mark the end of one phase of Irelia's life, and the beginning of another, the transition from protected childhood to the harsh realities of a world where beauty and peace must be defended with strength and sacrifice. In the distance, fires burn against the night sky, marking the advance of forces that understand only conquest, while in a small courtyard in Navori, a young girl prepares to discover strengths she never knew she possessed. The innocence that had sheltered her for 9 years dissolves like morning mist before the rising sun of necessity, replaced by an awareness both terrible and empowering, the understanding that sometimes those who love peace most deeply must be willing to fight most fiercely for its preservation. What transformations do you think must occur within a gentle heart when confronted with the necessity of violence? And how might the very traditions threatened by aggression contain within themselves the keys to their own preservation? Chapter 5. The Fall of Placidium. In the hour when all certainties crumble like autumn leaves before an unnatural storm, when the sanctuary of home becomes the stage for unthinkable loss, we find ourselves called to witness the darkest chapter in young Irelia's journey from innocence to understanding. Tonight, as gentle silence embraces our peaceful space, let us walk together through those terrible days when Placidium fell, when a child's world collapsed beneath the weight of tragedy too vast for any heart to easily contain, yet somehow not too vast for that same heart to ultimately transform into purpose and strength. The siege begins 3 days after the first refugees arrive in Navori, announced not by the dramatic clash of armies, but by a silence that spreads across the landscape like a disease. The birds stop singing first, their natural wisdom warning them to seek safety in distant skies. The wind dies to an unnatural stillness, as if the very air holds its breath in anticipation of horrors to come. Even the village stream seems to murmur more quietly, its eternal voice subdued by proximity to forces that recognize no harmony, save the rhythm of conquest. Young Irelia awakens on that fateful morning to find her family already engaged in preparations that speak of desperate hope rather than confident planning. Elder Rakel moves through the house with systematic efficiency, gathering items that carry spiritual significance: blessed amulets, consecrated blade oils, scrolls containing protective prayers. Her movements carry the weight of someone performing rituals for what may be the final time, each gesture deliberate and filled with accumulated meaning. "Why are you packing the shrine ornaments, grandmother?" Irelia asks, watching as precious objects disappear into travel bundles with the finality of permanent departure. "Are we going somewhere?" The old woman pauses in her careful wrapping of an ancient incense burner, her aged hands trembling almost imperceptibly as she considers how to answer. "We are preparing for many possibilities, child," she says finally. "Some journeys are of the body, others of the spirit. Wisdom lies in being ready for whichever path circumstances require us to walk." Outside their walls, the village of Navori transforms itself with the desperate efficiency of a community finally forced to confront realities they had hoped never to face. Farmers abandon their fields to help construct barricades from whatever materials can be hastily gathered. The temple bells have been removed from their towers and hidden in underground chambers, their bronze voices silenced to prevent the enemy from using their calls as navigation aids. Even the children move with unusual purpose, their games replaced by serious tasks that acknowledge their community's desperate circumstances. The first Noxian scouts appear on the western hills just after midday, dark figures mounted on horses bred for war, rather than the gentle labor that characterizes Ionian beasts. Through the village's few telescopes, borrowed from traveling merchants and pressed into emergency service, the defenders catch glimpses of armor that seems designed more to intimidate than to protect, bearing symbols and decorations that speak of an aesthetic built around dominance and fear. "They're watching us," Master Chen reports to the hastily assembled village council, his weathered blacksmith's hands steady despite the gravity of what he observes. "Counting our numbers, studying our defenses, measuring our resolve. They conduct themselves like hunters examining prey, not soldiers approaching worthy opponents." The comparison sends ripples of unease through the gathered defenders, forcing them to confront the possibility that their enemies may not view them as fellow human beings, deserving of basic respect and consideration. The Noxian reputation for casual cruelty, previously dismissed as exaggeration born from fearful imagination, begins to seem terrifyingly plausible. As afternoon fades toward evening, the scouts are joined by advance elements of the main force, organized units that move with mechanical precision across the landscape, leaving behind them evidence of their passage that speaks of an army equipped for sustained siege rather than quick conquest. They establish camp with the efficiency of long practice, their tents and supply lines forming geometric patterns that seem to impose alien order upon the gentle curves and natural rhythms of the Ionian countryside. Young Irelia watches these developments from her family's rooftop, her young eyes struggling to process the implications of what she observes. The enemy army spreads across the horizon like a disease, its presence somehow making the familiar landscape appear smaller, more vulnerable, less capable of providing the protection she has always taken for granted. "How many of them are there?" she whispers to her father, who has joined her in the vigil that has become an obsession for most of the village's population. Jarek's face, normally warm with the contentment of honest agricultural work, now bears lines of worry that seem to have aged him years in the span of days. "Too many, Little Blossom," he admits quietly. "Far too many for a peaceful farming community to resist through conventional means." Yet even as he speaks these words of apparent despair, his hand moves unconsciously to the blade, dancing weapons he now carries as tools of potential warfare rather than spiritual practice. The transition from ceremonial implements to practical necessities has been swift and almost unconscious, driven by instincts deeper than rational thought, older than the peaceful traditions that have shaped their recent generations. The night brings no relief from the tension that has gripped Placidium like a fever. Sleep proves elusive for most residents, their rest interrupted by the sounds of enemy activity, the ring of metal on metal as weapons are sharpened, the rhythmic tramp of sentries maintaining their watches, the occasional burst of harsh laughter that carries undertones of cruelty that chill the blood of those who hear it. Irelia finds herself drawn repeatedly to her window, staring out at the constellation of enemy campfires that now dominates the western horizon. In their light, she can sometimes make out movement that speaks of preparations she lacks the experience to interpret, but instinctively recognizes as threatening to everything she holds dear. "Child." Elder Rakel's voice comes softly from the doorway. "Come away from the window. Some sights are not meant for eyes as young as yours." But even as her grandmother speaks these protective words, they both know that the luxury of shielded innocence is rapidly becoming impossible to maintain. The enemy camped beyond their walls represents forces that make no distinction between combatant and civilian, between adult and child, between those who choose warfare and those who simply wish to live in peace. The attack, when it finally comes, arrives with the dawn like a perverse mockery of natural renewal. The first sounds are not the expected clash of weapons, but the mechanical groaning of siege engines being brought to bear against defenses, never designed to withstand such concentrated assault. The Noxians have brought with them devices of destruction that speak of an empire with vast resources and long experience in reducing fortified positions to rubble. The village's modest walls, built more for marking boundaries than providing genuine military protection, prove pathetically inadequate against weapons designed for serious warfare. Within the first hour of bombardment, great sections of the barrier that has defined Placidium's sense of security for generations lie in ruins, their stones scattered like broken teeth across ground that runs red with more than morning dew. Elder Rachel appears in Irelia's room before the child is fully awake, her aged features calm despite the chaos that rages beyond their walls. "Come quickly, little blossom," she says with urgent gentleness. "Your true education begins now, in circumstances I had hoped you would never need to face." Together they make their way to the family courtyard, now partially open to the sky where debris from the bombardment has damaged the protective walls. The sacred space that has sheltered countless generations of blade dancing practice now bears scars that speak of the violent collision between ancient tradition and modern warfare. Yet even in its damaged state, the courtyard retains something of its essential character, its stones still arranged according to principles that honor the flow of spiritual energy, its corners still marked by shrines that pulse with accumulated blessings. Here, surrounded by reminders of everything their family has worked to preserve, Elder Rachel begins to pass on knowledge she had hoped never to need. "The warrior's path," she says quietly as she places a real blade, not the wooden practice weapons of childhood but honest steel consecrated for serious purpose, into her granddaughter's small hands. Not the path of aggression or conquest, but the path of protection, of standing guard over what cannot defend itself. The weight of the weapon surprises Irelia, not just its physical mass, but the spiritual significance it carries. This blade has been in her family for generations, waiting in sacred storage for circumstances that would justify its use. Now, as her fingers close around its silk-wrapped handle, she feels the accumulated intentions of all who have wielded it before her, their hopes, their fears, their desperate love for things too precious to surrender without struggle. The sounds of battle grow closer as the morning progresses, the Noxian forces systematically reducing Placidium's outer defenses, while their defenders mount increasingly desperate resistance. Through gaps in their damaged walls, the family can see glimpses of fighting that speaks of fundamental mismatch. Village craftsmen and farmers, armed with whatever weapons they could improvise, facing professional soldiers equipped with the finest tools of warfare an empire can provide. Yet even in the face of such overwhelming odds, moments of miraculous resistance begin to emerge. Master Chen, the gentle blacksmith transformed into desperate warrior, moves through enemy ranks with hammer and blade in ways that seem to defy conventional understanding of combat effectiveness. His movements carry echoes of the same principles that govern blade dancing, finding harmony even in the midst of violent chaos. "Do you see?" Elder Rachel asks her granddaughter as they watch their neighbor's impossible dance of survival. "The traditions we practice in peace carry within them everything needed for war. The blade dance does not become less beautiful when used to protect beauty. It becomes more essential, more true to its deepest purpose." But even as she speaks these words, the old woman's eyes reflect awareness of how costly such truth will prove to be. Already, gaps are appearing in Placidium's defensive lines as defenders fall to enemy weapons. The Noxian advance, methodical and implacable, speaks of an empire that views resistance as a temporary inconvenience rather than a serious obstacle. Midday brings the breakthrough that transforms siege into occupation. The village's main gate, weakened by sustained bombardment and undermanned due to casualties, finally gives way before a concentrated assault that speaks of professional military engineering. Through the breach pour soldiers whose appearance confirms every terrifying story the refugees have carried from fallen territories. These are not men and women driven by desperate necessity or noble cause, but professional killers shaped by an empire that views cruelty as a tool of statecraft. Their armor bears decorations that celebrate violence. Their weapons show the kind of maintenance that speaks of regular and enthusiastic use. Their faces carry expressions that suggest they find genuine pleasure in the suffering of those too weak to resist their advance. The family's courtyard becomes a fortress as they make their final stand, 3 generations of blade dancers moving in harmony against enemies who understand only discord. Elder Rakel flows like water around enemy attacks, her aged body somehow containing reserves of strength and skill accumulated over decades of practice. Jarek and Zarina fight side by side, their movements complementing each other with the precision born from years of shared practice and mutual understanding. And young Irelia, barely 9 years old and wielding a blade nearly as long as she is tall, begins to discover capabilities that surprise even her experienced family. The weapon in her hands seems to respond to her will with supernatural precision, its edge finding gaps in enemy armor with accuracy that speaks of guidance beyond mere training. The movements Elder Rakel has taught her in recent days combine with years of foundational practice to create something entirely new, child's innocence transformed into protective fury. Yet skill and determination, however miraculous, cannot indefinitely overcome overwhelming numbers and superior equipment. One by one, the defenders of the Zan family compound fall to enemy weapons, their bodies joining the growing number of casualties that mark Placidium's transformation from peaceful village to conquered territory. Jarek dies protecting his wife and daughter, his final blade dance a masterpiece of sacrifice that allows precious moments for Zarina to spirit Irelia toward a hidden passage that might offer escape. His last words, gasped through lips that foam with blood, are not cries of pain or anger, but whispered instructions about forms and techniques his daughter will need to master if she hopes to survive what lies ahead. Zarina's death comes as she pauses to ensure her daughter's escape route remains clear, turning back to face enemies she cannot hope to overcome. In order to buy time, she will not live to see used. Her final movements carry all the grace and beauty that have defined her life, transformed now into something fiercer but no less lovely. Love made manifest in the only way circumstances allow. Elder Rakel survives longest, her ancient wisdom somehow finding ways to elude destruction that claims younger and stronger defenders. Yet even her accumulated skill cannot indefinitely postpone the inevitable, and her end comes as she covers her granddaughter's retreat. Her final blade dance, a poem of defiance written in movements too beautiful for the ugly circumstances that call them forth. Remember, she calls to Irelia, as enemy weapons find their mark. Remember who you are. Remember what you protect. Let love, not hatred, guide your blade. The child escapes into tunnels that her family has prepared for just such catastrophe, carrying with her the weight of trauma too vast for young shoulders and wisdom too profound for easy understanding. Behind her, the sounds of conquest continue as Placidium completes its transformation from haven to hell, its peaceful rhythms replaced by the harsh tempo of occupation and exploitation. In darkness beneath her ruined home, Irelia huddles with the blade that is now her only companion, its steel somehow warm despite the chill air of the tunnels. Above her head, the sounds of systematic destruction continue as the Noxians reduce her childhood world to ash and rubble, erasing in hours what generations had worked to build and maintain. Yet even in the depths of loss that seem capable of drowning any hope, something else begins to stir within the traumatized child. The blade in her hands seems to pulse with energy that speaks of more than mere metal and craftsmanship. The movements her family has taught her echo in her muscle memory, with insistence that suggests purpose beyond mere tradition. The invasion has taken everything she thought defined her existence, but in that taking, it has also revealed resources she never knew she possessed. In the crucible of absolute loss, new possibilities begin to emerge, terrible possibilities, but also potentially transformative ones. As the sounds of occupation settle into the routine patterns of successful conquest, young Irelia begins to understand that her story is not ending but transforming, that the child who entered these tunnels will not be the same person who eventually emerges. The gentle dancer who had awakened to blade practice that morning has died along with her family, but something harder and more focused is being born from the ashes of that innocence. The blade in her hands grows heavier as night deepens, not with physical weight, but with accumulated responsibility. She carries now not just a weapon, but the hopes of all who have fallen, the dreams of all who can no longer dream, the love of all whose capacity for love has been forever silenced. In the darkness, beneath Placidium's ruins, surrounded by the echoes of destruction and the weight of unimaginable loss, a revolution begins, not in the grand halls of power or the meeting places of the mighty, but in the broken heart of a child who has discovered that some things are worth any price to preserve. What alchemy, do you think, transforms a heart broken by ultimate loss into a forge where new strength is born? And how might the very depth of grief become the foundation upon which unshakable purpose is built? Chapter 6. Awakening of the Blades. In the sacred darkness where grief transforms into something beyond mere emotion, where loss becomes the catalyst for discoveries, reshape the very foundations of existence, we find ourselves witness to a moment of profound awakening. Tonight, as gentle currents of peace flow around our quiet sanctuary, let us explore those pivotal hours when young Irelia, broken by unimaginable tragedy, discovered that within her deepest despair lay the seeds of power that would forever change not just her own destiny, but the fate of all who shared her beloved homeland. The tunnels beneath Placidium stretch through earth that remembers generations of peaceful footsteps, soil enriched by centuries of gentle cultivation, and blessed by countless ceremonies honoring the harmony between human consciousness and natural forces. Here, in passages carved by ancestors who understood that even the most peaceful communities might someday need hidden ways, young Irelia sits in darkness that seems absolute yet somehow pulses with potential. The blade, across her knees, weighs more than its steel and silk should account for, its surface warm despite the chill air of the underground chambers. As she huddles in the blackness, traumatized beyond her young mind's ability to process, the weapon seems to respond to her emotional state with subtle vibrations that speak of sympathetic resonance, of forces awakening in response to desperate need. Above her head, the sounds of occupation continue with the methodical thoroughness that characterizes Noxian conquest. Heavy boots tramp through streets where children once played. Harsh voices bark orders in languages that carry no warmth or beauty. The crash of systematic destruction echoes as invaders erase evidence of the gentle culture they have overwhelmed. Each sound drives deeper into Irelia's consciousness like a physical wound, building pressure that seeks release through any available channel. Elder Rachel, she whispers into the darkness, her voice barely audible even to herself. Mother, Father, please tell me what to do. Please tell me how to fix this. Please tell me how to bring you back. But the only answer comes from the silence that speaks more eloquently than words could manage. The silence of the permanently departed, of love that continues beyond death, but can no longer provide the direct guidance that shaped her childhood development. She is alone in ways that no 9-year-old should ever have to experience, carrying burdens that would challenge adults with decades more experience and emotional resilience. Yet as the hours pass in that underground darkness, something begins to stir within both child and weapon that speaks of connections deeper than conscious understanding. The blade's warmth increases gradually, its surface beginning to emit the faintest suggestion of luminescence, as if responding to some inner fire that grief and desperation have kindled within Irelia's traumatized spirit. The first manifestation comes as she shifts position, trying to find some comfortable way to rest in the cramped confines of her hiding place. The movement causes the blade to slide across her lap, and where its edge touches the tunnel wall, stone parts like water, leaving behind cuts too clean and precise to result from ordinary steel applied with a child's strength. Irelia stares at the impossible marks, her mind struggling to process evidence that challenges everything she thought she understood about the nature of reality. The blade in her hands appears unchanged, its surface showing no unusual properties beyond the gentle glow that might be dismissed as imagination born from extreme stress. Yet the walls around her bear testimony to capabilities that extend far beyond normal physical laws. "What's happening to me?" she whispers, though some deeper part of her consciousness already knows the answer, recognizes the awakening of potential that has been dormant within her bloodline for generations, waiting for circumstances desperate enough to justify its emergence. As if summoned by her question, memory surfaces from the depths of accumulated family teaching, fragments of stories Elder Rockel shared during quiet evening conversations, tales of ancestors who could make steel sing with their will, who could guide weapons with thought rather than merely physical manipulation, who served as conduits for forces that flowed through the land itself. Myth, her rational mind insists, clinging to comfortable skepticism, even as evidence accumulates to the contrary. Stories told to entertain children, not practical reality that could somehow help in circumstances like these. But the blade's response to her emotional state grows stronger with each passing moment, its luminescence pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat, its weight seeming to shift in response to her thoughts and intentions. The connection between weapon and wielder deepens beyond mere physical contact into something that speaks of genuine symbiosis, of partnership between human consciousness and forces that exist beyond the boundaries of ordinary understanding. The second manifestation comes when fury finally breaks through the numbness that has protected her from the full impact of her losses. The memory of her family's deaths, playing and replaying in her traumatized imagination, finally kindles rage hot enough to burn through the shock that has held her emotions in check since the attack began. "No," she says quietly, her voice carrying conviction that surprises her with its intensity. "No, this cannot be how their story ends. This cannot be how our story ends." The blade in her hand seems to respond to her declaration with enthusiasm that borders on eagerness, its glow brightening to the point where she can clearly see the tunnel walls around her. More remarkably, she begins to sense other metal objects throughout the ruins above. Fragments of weapons, pieces of armor, even simple household implements that contain enough iron to register on whatever supernatural awareness has awakened within her. The sensation proves overwhelming at first, like suddenly acquiring a new sense organ without any experience in processing the information it provides. The metal signatures above create a three-dimensional map in her consciousness, showing her the locations of enemy soldiers, the paths they patrol, the weapons they carry. Knowledge flows into her mind with the certainty of direct experience, though she has never possessed such capabilities before this moment. The land, she realizes with growing wonder, the land itself is angry. The spirits that watch over this place, they're calling out for justice, for restoration of the harmony that has been so brutally shattered. The understanding brings with it a sense of purpose that cuts through her grief like sunlight through storm clouds. She is not merely a traumatized child hiding in darkness. She is a potential instrument of justice, a conduit through which forces larger than individual human consciousness might work to restore balance to a world thrown into chaos by forces that understand only domination and destruction. Rising to her feet with new determination, Irelia makes her way through the tunnels toward points of access that will allow her to emerge behind enemy lines. The blade in her hand seems to guide her movements, its weight shifting to indicate direction, its glow dimming or brightening to suggest optimal timing for each stage of her journey. The network of passages proves more extensive than she had realized, connecting not just buildings within Placidium, but extending outward to link with similar systems beneath other villages in the region. Her ancestors, it seems, had prepared for possibilities that their peaceful descendants hoped never to confront, creating infrastructure that could support resistance movements if harmony ever gave way to war. As she moves through these forgotten ways, Irelia begins to encounter other survivors, villagers who have taken refuge in the underground spaces, families who have lost everything but not yet lost hope. Their eyes widen as they observe her condition, noting the supernatural glow that surrounds her weapon and the quality of focused intensity that has replaced her childhood innocence. "Child," whispers Master Feng, the village messenger who brought the first warnings of invasion. What has become of you? You carry yourself differently, move differently. There is something in your presence that was not there before. Irelia considers his question carefully, aware that her answer will shape not just his understanding, but her own acceptance of whatever transformation is occurring within her spirit. I think, she says slowly, that I am becoming what my family's traditions always intended to create, but which our peaceful circumstances never required. I am becoming a true blade dancer, one who can partner with forces beyond mere physical reality. Her words carry conviction that surprises even her, speaking to knowledge that seems to arise from sources beyond her conscious education. Yet, as she voices these concepts, they feel increasingly natural, increasingly aligned with something fundamental to her essential nature that has only now found opportunity for expression. The first test of her newfound abilities comes when she emerges from the tunnels into the ruins of what was once her family's compound. The sacred courtyard, where she spent countless hours in practice, now bears scars that speak of deliberate desecration. The fountain shattered, the shrine corners defiled, even the ancient stones cracked and displaced, in patterns that seem designed to disrupt the flow of beneficial energy. Standing among the wreckage, Irelia feels rage kindle within her chest, with an intensity that threatens to consume rational thought. Yet, rather than surrendering to blind fury, she finds herself channeling that emotion through the disciplines her family taught her, transforming raw anger into focused intention, converting destructive impulse into constructive purpose. The blade in her hands responds to this channeling with enthusiasm that manifests as visible energy, its surface beginning to pulse with patterns of light that correspond to the rhythms of traditional blade dancing forms. More remarkably, she becomes aware of the metal objects throughout the immediate area, fragments of ceremonial weapons scattered by the destruction, pieces of ironwork torn from decorative installations, even simple household implements that contain enough ferrous material to respond to her call. Come, she whispers, and the scattered metal begins to move, rising from the rubble like sleeping creatures awakening to their master's voice. Blade fragments and broken knife pieces orient themselves toward her position, hovering in the air with the patient readiness of faithful servants awaiting instruction. The sight should terrify her, should overwhelm a child's understanding with implications too vast for easy comprehension. Instead, Irelia feels only a profound sense of rightness, as if this moment represents the culmination of everything her family's traditions were designed to prepare her for. The blade dance has always been about harmony between human consciousness and forces larger than individual will. She is simply experiencing that harmony in more direct and dramatic form than previous generations have required. A group of Noxian soldiers appears at the compound's broken gate, drawn by reports of movement in areas that should be empty of civilian presence. Their armor bears the fresh stains of recent violence. Their weapons show evidence of use against targets that offered little effective resistance. As they advance into the sacred space with casual disregard for its spiritual significance, Irelia feels something settle within her chest like ice forming on still water. "You should not have come here," she says quietly, her child's voice carrying undertones that make the seasoned warriors pause in their advance. "This place is sacred. These stones have been blessed by generations of prayer and practice. You have no right to defile what you cannot understand." The soldiers exchange glances that speak of professional wariness mixed with contempt for civilian resistance. Their leader, a scarred veteran whose decorations suggest extensive experience in such pacification operations, steps forward with the confidence of someone accustomed to intimidating conquered populations. "Little girl," he says in accented Ionian, his tone carrying mock gentleness that makes his intentions more rather than less threatening. "You should be hiding with the other survivors, not playing with sharp objects in dangerous ruins. Put down the weapon and come with us. We have special facilities for orphaned children, where you will learn to appreciate the benefits of Noxian citizenship." His words trigger something primal within Irelia's consciousness, rage so pure and focused that it transforms from emotion into force of nature. The floating metal fragments around her, begin to spin in patterns that mirror the fundamental forms of blade dancing, their movements creating harmonics that speak to forces deeper than mere physics. "I am not an orphan," she says with deadly calm. "I am a daughter of Ionia, trained in traditions older than your empire, connected to powers your empire has never learned to respect. And you," she continues as the spinning metal begins to sing with harmonics that make the air itself seem to vibrate, "you are trespassers who will learn the price of desecrating what is sacred." The battle that follows transcends ordinary combat, becoming something closer to artistic expression given deadly form. Irelia moves through the classical sequences of blade dancing while simultaneously directing the floating metal fragments in patterns too complex for conscious coordination. She flows like water around enemy attacks while her aerial partners strike with precision that speaks of supernatural guidance. The Noxian soldiers, experienced in conventional warfare but unprepared for opponents who dance with forces beyond normal understanding, find themselves completely outmatched. Their weapons, designed to overwhelm through superior metal and craftsmanship, prove inadequate against techniques that turn their own equipment against them, that find ways through armor by following principles of harmony rather than mere force. One by one, the invaders fall to attacks that come from impossible angles, their own battlefield confidence crumbling as they confront evidence that challenges their fundamental assumptions about the nature of combat itself. The child they had dismissed as negligible threat proves to be something entirely outside their experience, a practitioner of arts their empire has never successfully catalogued or countered. When the last soldier falls, Irelia stands among the wreckage of her family's compound surrounded by floating metal that continues to pulse with energy responding to her emotional state. The demonstration of power should feel like victory, yet she experiences only profound emptiness, the recognition that no amount of supernatural ability can restore what has been permanently lost. "I can fight them," she whispers to the spirits that she senses gathering around the sacred space, drawn by the display of harmony between human will and cosmic forces. "I can make them pay for what they have taken, but I cannot bring back what they have destroyed." The acknowledgement marks another stage in her ongoing transformation, the acceptance that power without deeper purpose becomes merely another form of destruction. The abilities awakening within her consciousness represent tools for restoration rather than simple revenge, methods for protecting what remains rather than merely punishing those who have taken what cannot be replaced. As night settles over the ruins of Placidium, Irelia begins to understand that her true education is just beginning. The techniques her family taught her during peaceful times provided only the foundation for capabilities that emerge under extreme necessity. She must now discover through experience what previous generations learned through tradition, must develop through trial and error what others received through careful instruction. The floating blades settle around her like loyal guardians as she begins to plan her next actions, their weight distributed through supernatural means that allow her to carry far more metal than her small frame should be able to support. She is no longer simply a traumatized child seeking survival, but something new and potentially transformative, a bridge between ancient wisdom and immediate necessity, between traditional forms and revolutionary applications. The spirits of her family seem to whisper encouragement through the night wind that stirs the ruins, their voices too faint for conscious recognition, but clear enough to provide guidance for the path that lies ahead. She carries their love with her as she prepares to venture forth into a world transformed by war, armed with abilities that may prove capable of transforming it once again. In the distance, the lights of occupied Placidium continue to burn with the harsh illumination that speaks of conquest rather than peaceful habitation. Yet now, those lights serve not as symbols of defeat but as targets for restoration, reminders of work that remains to be done by those who carry within themselves the seeds of ancient wisdom applied to contemporary necessity. What mysteries do you think might lie hidden within traditions preserved through peaceful times, waiting for moments of extreme necessity to reveal their deeper purposes? And how might those who suffer the greatest losses discover within their grief the greatest potential for transformation? Chapter 7. The Birth of a Revolutionary. In the crucible where innocence transforms into purpose, where personal loss becomes the foundation for collective resistance, we find ourselves drawn to witness the emergence of something unprecedented in the gentle history of the First Lands. As peaceful shadows dance in harmony around our quiet space, let us explore those pivotal weeks when young Irelia, armed with newfound abilities, and driven by grief that had crystallized into unshakable resolve, began to forge herself into an instrument of liberation that would inspire a scattered people to remember their own strength. The dawn, following her mystical awakening, finds Irelia moving through the ruins of Placidium, with purpose that burns steadier and brighter than the rage that first kindled her supernatural abilities. The floating blades that orbit her small frame have become as natural as breathing, their weight distributed through forces that exist beyond ordinary physics, their movements synchronized with the rhythms of her heartbeat and the patterns of her thoughts. She no longer moves like a child seeking shelter from adult horrors, but like a predator studying territory that has been claimed by invaders who lack the strength to hold what they have taken. The Noxian occupation of her village follows predictable patterns: patrols at regular intervals, guard posts established at strategic locations, supply lines organized with the efficiency that speaks of an empire experienced in managing conquered territories. Yet for all their professional competence, the occupying forces reveal weaknesses that become apparent to eyes trained in principles of harmony and balance. They understand dominance, but not adaptation, recognize strength, but not the fluid grace that can turn apparent vulnerability into devastating advantage. Their very confidence becomes a liability when confronted with resistance that operates according to principles their military training has never addressed. The first systematic act of rebellion comes when Irelia discovers a group of Noxian soldiers desecrating the village temple, stripping away religious artifacts to be melted down for their metal content or sold as curiosities in distant markets. The sight of foreign hands defiling objects blessed by generations of prayer and ceremony triggers something primal within her transformed consciousness, not the wild fury that had marked her initial awakening, but cold anger that burns with the intensity of forged fire shaped to specific purpose. She watches their activities from concealment until she understands their patterns, noting how they move through the sacred space with casual disregard for its spiritual significance, how they handle consecrated objects as mere commodities to be evaluated for material worth. The systematic nature of their sacrilege speaks of orders received from higher authorities, suggesting that the desecration of Ionian culture represents deliberate policy rather than random cruelty. Enough, she whispers to the spirits that gather around her presence like iron filings drawn to a lodestone. They take our homes, our families, our freedom. They will not take our connection to the sacred forces that make us who we are. The attack, when it comes, unfolds like a deadly poem written in movements too beautiful for the ugly purpose they serve. Irelia flows into the temple through entrances the soldiers have not thought to guard, her floating blades dispersing to take positions that allow coordinated assault from multiple angles simultaneously. The blade dance forms her family taught her during peaceful times, transformed seamlessly into combat applications that her enemies cannot predict or counter. The first soldier dies without understanding what has killed him, his throat opened by a blade that approaches from an impossible angle, while his attention focuses on threats he can see and comprehend. The second manages to cry out in alarm before supernatural steel finds the gaps in his armor, with precision that speaks of guidance beyond mere training. The third and fourth fall in rapid succession as Irelia demonstrates that her abilities extend far beyond anything the Noxian military has encountered in previous campaigns. The survivor, wounded but still conscious, stares at her with eyes that reflect the kind of fundamental terror that comes from witnessing evidence that challenges basic assumptions about the nature of reality. Here is a child who moves like wind made manifest, who commands metal with thought rather than physical force, who embodies principles of warfare that no military academy has ever attempted to teach. "Tell your commanders," she says quietly, as she stands over his prostrate form. her young face bearing expressions that belong on features decades older and far more experienced in the brutal necessities of armed resistance. Tell them that Ionia has awakened. Tell them that their occupation will not go unchallenged. Tell them that some things are sacred enough to die for, and therefore sacred enough to kill for. The wounded soldier crawls away carrying word of an encounter that will puzzle and disturb the Noxian command structure, evidence of resistance capabilities they have not anticipated and are not prepared to counter. His report, when it reaches the appropriate authorities, will mark the beginning of a fundamental shift in the occupation's character, from routine pacification to active warfare against an enemy who fights according to rules that exist outside conventional military doctrine. News of the temple incident spreads through Placidium's survivor community with the speed that characterizes information traveling through networks of desperate hope. The story grows in the telling, acquiring details that speak more to the psychological needs of the occupied population than to literal accuracy, yet carrying at its core a truth that proves more important than mere facts. The understanding that resistance remains possible, that the Noxian occupation is not the final word in their homeland's story. Young Irelia finds herself sought out by other survivors who have heard whispered accounts of a child who dances with steel, who commands forces beyond normal understanding, who has somehow transformed personal tragedy into effective resistance against overwhelming odds. They approach her with mixtures of hope and desperation that make her increasingly aware of the responsibilities that accompany her newfound abilities. "Can you teach us?" asks Mistress Yun, the temple assistant who has lost everything except her faith in eventual justice. "Can you show us how to fight back against those who have taken everything we held dear?" The question forces Irelia to confront aspects of leadership she has never had to consider, challenges that extend far beyond personal survival into the realm of inspiring and organizing others for collective action. She studies the faces gathered around her, craftspeople and farmers, elders and children, individuals whose lives have been shaped by principles of harmony and peace, now seeking guidance in the deadly arts of armed resistance. "I can teach you what my family taught me," she says carefully, aware that her answer will shape not just their immediate actions, but their understanding of what it means to fight for principles rather than mere survival. But the path of the warrior is not simply about learning to use weapons effectively. It is about maintaining connection to what you fight to protect, about ensuring that resistance does not transform you into something indistinguishable from what you resist. The training sessions that follow occur in hidden locations throughout the occupied territory, gatherings of people who have lost everything except their determination to reclaim what has been taken. Irelia shares not just physical techniques, but the philosophical foundations that prevent martial arts from degenerating into mere violence, the spiritual disciplines that allow warriors to maintain their humanity even in circumstances that seem designed to strip away everything gentle and beautiful about human nature. Her students prove to be quick learners, their desperation providing motivation that accelerates the absorption of techniques that might normally require years to master. Yet, Irelia recognizes that their rapid progress comes with dangers, the temptation to rely on hatred rather than love as the driving force for resistance, the risk of allowing justified anger to metastasize into the kind of systematic cruelty that characterizes their enemies. "Remember why we fight," she tells them repeatedly as they practice forms that transform spiritual exercises into practical combat techniques. "We fight not because we love war, but because we love peace enough to defend it. We fight not because we hate our enemies, but because we love our people enough to protect them. The moment we begin fighting from hatred rather than love, we become no different from those who have invaded our homeland." These words, spoken by a child barely 10 years old, yet carrying wisdom that seems drawn from sources far older than her chronological age, begin to shape not just individual resistance efforts, but a broader philosophy of liberation that will eventually spread throughout the occupied territories. The idea that resistance can maintain moral authority only by remaining connected to the values it seeks to protect, proves revolutionary in contexts where warfare typically degenerates into competitions over who can inflict the most suffering. The first coordinated resistance operation comes when Irelia learns of a planned Noxian raid against a refugee camp hidden in the forest caves outside Placidium. Intelligence gathered through supernatural means, her ability to sense metal objects allows her to track enemy movements with precision that would be impossible through conventional reconnaissance, reveals that the assault will occur at dawn, carried out by forces equipped with weapons designed for use against civilian targets. They mean to break our spirit, she explains to the resistance cell that has formed around her leadership, to demonstrate that even those who attempt to remain non-combatants will not be safe from their reach. We cannot allow this demonstration to succeed, both for the sake of those who would suffer and for the sake of our people's morale. The ambush unfolds in terrain that favors defenders familiar with local conditions over attackers dependent on superior equipment and numbers. Irelia's forces position themselves along the forest paths the Noxians must use to reach their target, using their knowledge of natural cover and concealment to offset the enemy's advantages in armor and weaponry. When the attack comes, it demonstrates how effectively traditional Ionian martial principles can be adapted to asymmetric warfare conditions. The resistance fighters flow like water around enemy formations, striking at vulnerable points before melting away into terrain too complex for heavy forces to navigate effectively. Irelia herself serves as both tactical coordinator and supernatural weapon, her floating blades providing precision strikes that disrupt enemy cohesion, while her strategic awareness keeps friendly forces coordinated despite the chaos of battle. The Noxian raiding party finds itself caught in a trap that seems to tighten around them like a living thing, their standard tactics proving inadequate against opponents who fight according to principles that treat warfare as an extension of natural harmony, rather than simple application of superior force. Within an hour, professional soldiers equipped with the finest weapons an empire can provide find themselves outmaneuvered and overwhelmed by farmers and craftspeople, led by a child who treats military doctrine as merely another form of dance. The victory provides more than tactical success. It offers proof that resistance can achieve meaningful results, that the occupation's apparent invincibility represents illusion rather than reality. Word of the ambush spreads throughout the region, carrying with it a psychological impact that proves far more significant than the mere military value of eliminated enemy forces. They can be beaten, becomes the whispered refrain that passes from village to village, from hideout to hideout, transforming the mental landscape of occupation in ways that prove more dangerous to Noxian interests than any conventional military defeat. Hope, once rekindled, proves contagious in ways that challenge the fundamental assumptions upon which successful occupation depends. Irelia finds herself transformed by these experiences, from traumatized survivor into something unprecedented in Ionian history, a child revolutionary, whose effectiveness in combat is matched by her ability to inspire others to discover strengths they never knew they possessed. The floating blades that mark her supernatural abilities become symbols of resistance that prove more powerful than any propaganda the occupying forces can devise. Yet with recognition comes responsibility that weighs heavily on shoulders still too young to easily bear such burdens. Other resistance cells throughout the region begin to seek her guidance and coordination, looking to her for strategic direction that extends far beyond the immediate needs of local survival. She finds herself forced to think not just about individual operations, but about the broader campaign to liberate Ionia from foreign domination. The evolution from personal vengeance to organized resistance requires skills that no childhood, however unusual, provides adequate preparation for mastering. Irelia must learn through experience how to balance the competing needs of various resistance groups, how to coordinate operations across wide geographic areas, how to maintain morale during periods when victory seems impossibly distant. Most challengingly, she must discover how to remain connected to the gentle principles that originally shaped her character while developing the hardness necessary for effective military leadership. The blade dance traditions that form the foundation of her abilities emphasize harmony and balance, yet circumstances require decisions that involve deliberate infliction of violence upon other human beings. The path of the warrior is not about becoming cruel. Elder Rackle's voice seems to whisper through memory during moments when these contradictions threaten to overwhelm her developing sense of purpose. It is about becoming strong enough to protect gentleness, disciplined enough to channel power toward beneficial ends, wise enough to remember that even enemies remain human beings deserving of respect, if not mercy. These remembered teachings help guide her through moral complexities that would challenge far more experienced leaders, providing frameworks for maintaining ethical standards, even in circumstances that seem designed to erode such considerations. The result is a form of revolutionary leadership that proves uniquely effective precisely because it refuses to abandon the values it seeks to protect. As autumn deepens into winter, the resistance movement that began with a single traumatized child defending her family's ruined compound has grown into a network of coordinated cells capable of challenging Noxian control throughout the region. The occupation forces find themselves increasingly unable to predict or counter attacks that seem to emerge from the landscape itself, carried out by opponents who fade back into civilian populations before conventional responses can be organized. Irelia's reputation spreads beyond the immediate area of her operations, carried by refugees and traders who speak in hushed tones of a blade dancer who commands steel with thought, who moves like wind made manifest, who embodies Ionia's awakening determination to reclaim what has been taken. The stories grow in the telling, acquiring mythic dimensions that prove more powerful than literal accuracy, inspiring hope in communities that had begun to accept defeat as inevitable. Yet she remains fundamentally the child whose family was murdered in their own courtyard, whose innocence was shattered by forces beyond her control or understanding. The supernatural abilities that mark her as exceptional cannot eliminate the basic human need for connection, for belonging, for the kind of love that makes existence meaningful rather than merely survivable. In quiet moments between operations, when the weight of command temporarily lifts from her young shoulders, she sometimes allows herself to remember the gentle morning practices in her family's courtyard, the warmth of Elder Rackle's patient instruction, the security of knowing that she was loved unconditionally and completely. These memories provide sustenance that proves more valuable than food or rest, reminders of what she fights to restore not just for herself, but for all who have suffered similar losses. The transformation from innocent child to revolutionary leader represents only the beginning of a journey that will ultimately reshape not just her own destiny, but the entire relationship between Ionia and the forces that threaten its essential character. Yet already, in these first months of organized resistance, the foundations have been laid for something unprecedented in the history of the First Lands, a liberation movement that maintains its spiritual integrity while developing the practical effectiveness necessary for meaningful opposition to imperial ambition. In the dancing flames of resistance campfires, in the whispered conversations of hope shared between desperate people, in the growing network of coordination that links communities throughout the occupied territories, something new is being born, proof that even the gentlest traditions can give birth to forces capable of defending what they hold most sacred. What transformations do you think must occur within a spirit too young for such burdens yet strong enough to bear them? And how might the very depth of loss become the foundation upon which unshakable purpose is built, creating leaders who inspire others to discover courage they never knew they possessed? Chapter 8. Rallying the Resistance. In the quiet spaces where whispered hope grows into shouted defiance, where individual courage kindles fires that spread across entire landscapes of oppression, we find ourselves witness to the emergence of something that transcends mere military resistance, to become a movement of the spirit itself. Tonight, as gentle breezes carry the promise of renewal through our peaceful sanctuary, let us explore those crucial months when young Irelia's name began to echo through every village and hidden camp, inspiring a scattered people to remember that their gentle traditions contained within them the seeds of unbreakable strength. The winter following Irelia's first coordinated resistance victories brings with it not the usual season of contemplative rest, but a period of intense expansion as word of successful opposition spreads throughout the occupied territories, like wildfire jumping between dry grasses. Travelers who once carried only news of defeat and despair now bear stories that kindle hope in communities that had begun to accept subjugation as their permanent fate. In hidden camps nestled within mountain valleys, around fires built in cave systems that honeycombed the earth beneath occupied towns, wherever Ionians gather to share information and maintain cultural connections, the same whispered refrain emerges with increasing frequency. Have you heard of the Blade Dancer? Have you heard what she accomplished against the garrison at Three Rivers? Have you heard how she turned their own weapons against them at the Iron Bridge? The stories grow in the telling, acquiring details that speak more to the psychological needs of desperate populations than to literal accuracy, yet carrying at their core truths that prove more important than mere facts. They describe a child who dances with steel, who moves like wind made manifest, who embodies the awakening spirit of a homeland that refuses to accept defeat as final. In the growing mythology surrounding her exploits, traumatized communities find permission to hope, authorization to resist, proof that the impossible might yet prove achievable. Irelia herself remains largely unaware of how extensively her reputation has spread beyond the immediate region of her operations. Her focus stays fixed on practical concerns, coordinating supply lines for growing resistance cells, training volunteers who arrive with skills in farming and craftsmanship, but little experience in the deadly arts of warfare, developing intelligence networks that can provide advance warning of Noxian movements and intentions. The hideout that serves as her operational base has evolved from a simple refugee shelter into something approaching a military command center, though one organized according to principles that would seem foreign to conventional military doctrine. Decisions emerge through consensus rather than hierarchical decree, with experienced voices carrying weight regardless of age or formal rank. The result is a leadership structure that draws upon collective wisdom while maintaining the flexibility necessary for effective guerrilla operations. Reports from the coastal provinces, announces Master Feng during one of their regular intelligence briefings, his weathered features bearing the kind of excitement that comes from receiving unexpectedly positive news. 3 separate resistance cells have begun operations using techniques they claim to have learned through stories of your methods. They report significant success against supply convoys and communications infrastructure. The information fills Irelia with complex emotions that she struggles to fully process. Pride mingles with concern as she recognizes that her actions have inspired others to take risks that might prove beyond their capabilities to survive. Each success by allied resistance groups brings her satisfaction, yet each casualty report carries weight that settles in her chest like stones accumulating at the bottom of a deep pool. Are they maintaining proper security protocols? She asks, her young voice carrying authority that would seem incongruous coming from someone her age, if not for the accumulated evidence of her capabilities. The Noxians adapt quickly to new threats. What works once may prove disastrous when attempted without proper preparation and support. Her concern proves prophetic when word arrives of a resistance cell that attempted to replicate one of her more spectacular operations without adequate understanding of the supernatural abilities that made such tactics feasible. The entire group was wiped out when they found themselves unable to coordinate their attacks with the precision that her floating blades provide, their brave intentions rendered ineffective by limitations they had not anticipated. The news hits Irelia harder than any military defeat she has personally experienced, forcing her to confront the reality that inspiration alone proves insufficient for effective resistance, that hope without proper guidance can prove as dangerous as despair, without any hope at all. The weight of responsibility for others' actions settles across her shoulders like a heavy cloak, adding new dimensions to leadership challenges she is still learning to navigate. I need to reach them, she tells her inner circle during an emergency council session. If people are going to attempt operations based on accounts of our methods, they need access to proper training and coordination. Individual heroics will only result in wasted lives and strengthened enemy resolve. The decision expand operations beyond her immediate geographic area, represents a fundamental shift in the resistance movement's character, transforming it from a local response to occupation into something that aspires to region-wide coordination and effectiveness. Yet such expansion brings with it risks that extend far beyond mere military considerations into questions of maintaining the philosophical foundations that have kept their movement aligned with Ionian values. The first outreach missions involve small teams of experienced operatives traveling to distant communities under cover of trade and family visits, carrying with them not just tactical knowledge, but the spiritual frameworks that prevent resistance from degenerating into mindless violence. These emissaries must learn to communicate complex concepts quickly and effectively, often to people whose desperation makes them eager to embrace any promise of meaningful action against their oppressors. Irelia accompanies several of these early missions personally, recognizing that her presence carries symbolic weight that proves more valuable than any written instructions or second-hand accounts. The journey through occupied territory provides her first comprehensive view of how extensively the invasion has disrupted traditional Ionian life, how completely the occupying forces have attempted to reshape the cultural landscape to serve imperial interests. Villages that once celebrated seasonal festivals with elaborate ceremonies now huddle in fearful silence, their public spaces dominated by Noxian monuments and administrative buildings. Temples that served as community centers for generations stand empty or converted to secular purposes that strip away their spiritual significance. Even the natural landscape shows signs of systematic exploitation, as forests are cleared for lumber and mineral extraction operations that prioritize immediate profit over long-term environmental health. Yet beneath the surface transformation, she discovers that the essential spirit of Ionian culture has proven remarkably resilient. In hidden shrines maintained in private homes, in whispered teachings passed between trusted friends, in small acts of defiance that preserve traditional practices, despite official prohibition, the heart of her homeland's identity continues to beat with stubborn persistence. They can occupy our territory, observes Master Lee, an elderly teacher who has maintained secret classes in traditional arts, despite severe penalties for such activities. But they cannot occupy our souls. The deeper they push their foreign customs upon us, the more desperately we cling to what makes us who we are. His words capture something essential about the psychological dynamics of occupation and resistance, highlighting how attempts at cultural suppression often strengthen rather than weaken the bonds that hold communities together. The Noxian strategy of replacing Ionian traditions with imperial customs has succeeded only in making those traditions seem more precious, more worthy of preservation and protection. The recruitment of new resistance members follows patterns that reflect these deeper cultural dynamics. The most effective fighters often prove to be those who have lost not just family members or property, but connection to spiritual practices that once provided meaning and purpose to their daily lives. For these individuals, armed resistance becomes a form of worship, a way of maintaining sacred connections despite circumstances designed to sever such bonds. Training programs develop that integrate martial techniques with traditional meditation practices, teaching new recruits not just how to use weapons effectively, but how to maintain psychological equilibrium during the stress of combat operations. The result is a fighting force that remains connected to the values they seek to protect, one that can engage in necessary violence without losing sight of the peaceful purposes that justify such actions. The blade dance teaches us that every movement must serve a larger harmony, Irelia explains to a group of new volunteers during one of these integrated training sessions. This principle applies as much to warfare as to ceremonial practice. Every attack must contribute to the ultimate goal of restoring peace. Every tactical decision must consider its impact on the kind of world we hope to create once victory is achieved. These philosophical foundations prove crucial as resistance operations expand in scope and complexity. Larger coordinated attacks become possible as communication networks develop between previously isolated cells, allowing for the kind of strategic planning that can challenge Noxian control over entire regions rather than just individual installations. The first major joint operation targets a supply depot that serves multiple garrison posts throughout the central provinces, a facility so heavily defended that conventional assault would prove suicidal. Yet coordinated attacks from multiple directions, timed to exploit the supernatural reconnaissance capabilities that Irelia's abilities provide, succeed in overwhelming defenses that were designed to repel much larger conventional forces. The victory provides resistance forces with substantial quantities of weapons and supplies, while demonstrating to occupied populations that even heavily fortified Noxian positions can be successfully challenged. More importantly, it proves that scattered resistance cells can coordinate their efforts effectively when provided with proper leadership and communication infrastructure. News of the depot raid spreads throughout the occupied territories with the speed that characterizes information carrying profound psychological significance. For communities that have begun to accept defeat as inevitable, evidence of successful large-scale resistance operations provides authorization to hope, permission to believe that liberation might prove achievable rather than merely desirable. The Noxian response proves swift and brutal, with occupation forces launching retaliatory raids against civilian populations suspected of supporting resistance activities. Yet rather than intimidating the population into submission, these crackdowns often produce the opposite effect, driving previously neutral individuals into active opposition and providing resistance recruiters with fresh motivation to offer potential volunteers. Each act of unnecessary cruelty, observes Mistress Yun during one of their strategic planning sessions, creates 10 new enemies for every one they hope to silence. Their strength has become their weakness. They know only how to respond to resistance with escalated violence, never recognizing when such responses prove counterproductive to their own interests. Her analysis proves increasingly accurate as the cycle of resistance and retaliation intensifies throughout the region. Communities that had initially attempted to accommodate the occupation now find themselves forced to choose sides, with neutrality becoming impossible to maintain as both resistance and occupation forces compete for their support and allegiance. The psychological warfare dimensions of the conflict become as important as purely military considerations, with both sides recognizing that ultimate victory depends as much on winning hearts and minds as on controlling territory and infrastructure. For the resistance, this competition plays to their natural advantages, their deep connections to local populations, their understanding of cultural values and traditions, their ability to present themselves as protectors of everything people hold dear. Irelia's role evolves beyond tactical leadership into something approaching spiritual guidance, as her example provides other resistance leaders with models for maintaining moral authority while conducting necessary military operations. Her youth, which might seem like a disadvantage in conventional military contexts, proves to be an asset when inspiring others to discover courage they never knew they possessed. If a child can stand against the full might of an empire, becomes another refrain that passes through resistance networks, then surely we who are older and stronger can find within ourselves the will to act. The growing movement begins to develop its own cultural expressions as communities throughout the occupied territories create songs, stories, and artistic works that celebrate resistance while preserving traditional values. These cultural products serve multiple purposes, boosting morale among resistance supporters, providing encrypted communication channels for operational information, and maintaining spiritual connections that prevent the movement from losing sight of its essential peaceful purposes. Underground festivals emerge in hidden locations, gatherings where traditional music and dance can be practiced without fear of Noxian interference. These events serve not just as recreational outlets but as training opportunities, with blade dancing forms and other martial arts being taught under the cover of cultural preservation activities. The integration of cultural and military resistance proves remarkably effective, creating a movement that addresses not just the immediate need for armed opposition, but the longer-term requirements for maintaining Ionian identity, despite years of foreign occupation. People fight not just for abstract concepts of freedom, but for the right to preserve specific traditions, particular ways of life that give meaning and purpose to daily existence. As winter gives way to spring, the resistance movement that began with a single traumatized child defending her family's compound has grown into a network spanning multiple provinces, coordinating the activities of thousands of fighters while maintaining the spiritual foundations that distinguish it from simple rebellion or criminal insurgency. The transformation represents something unprecedented in Ionian history, the marriage of ancient wisdom with contemporary necessity, creating new forms of opposition that draw their strength from the very traditions they seek to protect. Irelia stands at the center of this growing web of connection and coordination, her floating blades having become symbols of hope that inspire others to discover their own forms of supernatural effectiveness. Yet she remains fundamentally the child whose world was shattered by forces beyond her control, carrying within her heart the same love for gentle traditions that originally motivated her resistance to their destruction. The balance between individual trauma and collective responsibility continues to shape her development as both warrior and leader, forcing her to grow beyond the boundaries that normally constrain childhood, while somehow maintaining connection to the innocence and wonder that make such growth meaningful rather than merely functional. In the dancing shadows of resistance campfires, in the whispered conversations that pass vital information between isolated communities, in the growing network of coordination that links the scattered children of Ionia in common cause, something unprecedented continues to take shape, proof that even the gentlest people can discover within themselves the strength to defend what they hold most sacred, and that such strength, properly guided, can prove capable of challenges that seem to transcend the possible. What mysteries do you think might be hidden within the hearts of those who discover that their greatest weakness, their inability to accept cruelty as normal, becomes their greatest strength when circumstances require them to stand against forces that understand only dominance and fear? Chapter 9. The Dance of War. In the sacred space where ancient wisdom transforms itself to meet contemporary necessities, where traditional forms reveal hidden depths that emerge only under the pressure of desperate circumstances, we find ourselves drawn to witness the evolution of artistry into warfare without the loss of essential beauty. Tonight, as gentle rhythms pulse through our peaceful sanctuary, let us explore those pivotal months when young Irelia discovered how to transform the blade dance from spiritual practice into the deadliest expression of protective love the first lands had ever witnessed. The spring following the resistance movement's dramatic expansion brings with it new challenges that require Irelia to evolve beyond the intuitive applications of her supernatural abilities that have carried her through the initial phases of armed opposition. The Noxian military, no longer able to dismiss resistance activities as random acts of terrorism, has begun to develop specific countermeasures designed to neutralize the advantages that traditional Ionian martial arts provide to guerrilla fighters. Intelligence reports arriving through the growing network of sympathizers reveal that imperial military academies have assigned entire departments to studying captured recordings of blade dancing performances, seeking to identify patterns and vulnerabilities that might be exploited by conventional forces. The systematic nature of this research speaks to an empire that learns from its defeats, adapting its tactics to neutralize threats that once seemed impossible to counter. They treat our Eid traditions like tactical problems to be solved, observes Master Chen during one of their strategic planning sessions, his weathered features bearing the particular anger that comes from witnessing the systematic desecration of everything beautiful and meaningful. They reduce the blade dance to mere technique, stripping away the spiritual foundations that give it true power. His words identify a crucial weakness in the enemy's approach, while simultaneously highlighting the importance of maintaining the philosophical frameworks that distinguish Ionian resistance from mere military opposition. The blade dance draws its effectiveness not just from physical movements, but from the practitioner's connection to forces that exist beyond the reach of academic analysis and military countermeasures. Irelia recognizes that her continued effectiveness requires not just refinement of existing techniques, but genuine innovation, the development of new forms that preserve the essential spirit of traditional practice. while adapting to the specific challenges posed by an enemy that has studied those traditions extensively. The task requires her to become not just a practitioner of inherited wisdom, but an active contributor to its ongoing evolution. The process begins with deep meditation in hidden groves, where the spirits of ancient masters seem to whisper guidance through the rustling of leaves and the movement of shadows across sun-dappled ground. Here, surrounded by the natural forces that originally inspired the blade dance's development, Irelia seeks to understand not just what her ancestors created, but why they created it, what essential principles guided their innovations. The dance reflects the nature of life itself. She realizes during one of these contemplative sessions, her floating blades moving in slow patterns that mirror the seasonal cycles, the daily rhythm of light and shadow, the eternal flow of birth and death and renewal. Each form captures a different aspect of cosmic harmony, and war is simply another face of that same harmony, the necessity of pruning away what threatens healthy growth. This understanding becomes the foundation for innovations that transform traditional blade dancing forms into something unprecedented in their deadly effectiveness. The gentle spirals that once represented the flow of seasonal change become attack patterns that confuse enemy targeting systems. The meditative breathing techniques that once supported spiritual development now optimize the supernatural connection between consciousness and floating steel. Most remarkably, she begins to develop forms that incorporate multiple opponents and complex battlefield conditions, expanding the blade dance beyond its traditional focus on individual spiritual development into something approaching tactical doctrine for coordinated group combat. These new sequences require practitioners to maintain awareness not just of their own movements, but of their comrades' positions and intentions, creating a form of combat teamwork that transcends ordinary military coordination. The first field test of these innovations comes during an operation against a Noxian supply convoy that has been reinforced with troops specifically trained in anti-guerrilla tactics. Intelligence suggests that the enemy forces include specialists who have studied traditional Ionian martial arts, soldiers equipped with weapons and armor, designed to counter the advantages that blade dancing techniques normally provide. Irelia leads a mixed force of experienced fighters and newer recruits into battle that unfolds like a deadly ballet performed across terrain that becomes part of the choreography itself. Her floating blades weave patterns that serve multiple purposes simultaneously, striking at enemy weak points while creating visual confusion that masks the movements of conventional fighters, providing reconnaissance information while establishing coordinated attack sequences that overwhelm defensive positions through sheer complexity. The new forms prove devastatingly effective against enemies who had prepared to counter traditional blade dancing applications, but find themselves facing techniques that exist outside their analytical frameworks. Professional soldiers equipped with state-of-the-art weapons discover that their equipment provides inadequate protection against attacks that seem to flow around rather than through their defenses, finding gaps in armor that should not exist, exploiting moments of vulnerability that conventional analysis suggests should be impossible to predict. Yet the victory carries costs that force Irelia to confront the deepening complexity of her role as both spiritual guide and military commander. Several of her fighters are wounded in the engagement, their injuries requiring medical attention that resistance resources struggle to provide. More troubling, some of the newer recruits display attitudes that suggest they are beginning to view warfare as an end in itself rather than a means to restoration of peace. The danger of effective technique warns Elder Yun during the debriefing session that follows the operation, her aged voice carrying wisdom accumulated through decades of observing how power affects those who wield it. Is that success in battle can become intoxicating, leading warriors to seek conflict for its own sake rather than as necessary protection for what they hold dear. Her observation proves prophetic as reports arrive of resistance cells that have begun conducting operations with questionable strategic value, attacks that seem motivated more by desire for revenge than by practical considerations of military effectiveness. The growing movement's success has attracted individuals who whose motivations align more closely with personal bloodlust than with the restoration of Ionian cultural values. Recognizing that tactical innovation alone proves insufficient for maintaining the movement's essential character, Irelia begins developing training programs that integrate martial instruction with intensive spiritual education. New recruits must demonstrate not just physical competence, but understanding of the philosophical foundations that distinguish protective warfare from aggressive conquest. The blade dance teaches us that every movement must serve the greater harmony, she explains to groups of prospective fighters who gather in hidden training camps throughout the liberated territories. In warfare, this principle means that every attack must contribute to the ultimate goal of peace. Every tactical decision must consider its impact on the kind of world we hope to create once victory is achieved. These educational programs prove crucial as resistance operations expand in scope and complexity, with larger coordinated attacks becoming possible as communication networks develop between previously isolated cells. The systematic integration of spiritual and martial training ensures that expanded capabilities serve expanded wisdom rather than simply expanded capacity for destruction. The transformation of traditional forms accelerates as Irelia encounters increasingly sophisticated enemy countermeasures, forcing her to delve deeper into the hidden aspects of her family's traditions. Ancient texts preserved in secret libraries reveal techniques that had been set aside during the long centuries of peace, combat applications that previous generations hoped would never again prove necessary. These rediscovered methods prove remarkably adaptable to contemporary conditions, their principles translating effectively to situations that their original developers could never have anticipated. Techniques designed for defense against mounted warriors adapt naturally to countering mechanized assault vehicles. Forms created for fighting in traditional armor prove equally effective against modern protective equipment. Most significantly, she discovers references to collective applications of blade dancing principles, techniques that allow multiple practitioners to coordinate their supernatural abilities, creating effects that transcend the sum of individual capabilities. These group forms require levels of trust and spiritual harmony that can only be achieved through extensive shared training and deep mutual understanding. The development of team-based supernatural combat techniques represents a quantum leap in resistance effectiveness, allowing small groups of properly trained fighters to challenge enemy forces that would normally require much larger conventional units to engage successfully. Yet such techniques also demand corresponding increases in training time and spiritual preparation, limiting their application to elite units rather than general resistance forces. The first major test of coordinated supernatural tactics comes during an operation to liberate a prison facility where captured resistance fighters are being held for interrogation and eventual execution. The target represents one of the most heavily defended installations in the occupied territories, protected by layers of conventional defenses backed by specialists trained specifically to counter Ionian martial arts. Irelia leads a carefully selected team of experienced blade dancers into an assault that unfolds across multiple dimensions simultaneously, physical attacks coordinated with supernatural misdirection, conventional tactical movements synchronized with applications of abilities that exist outside normal military doctrine. The result is a rescue operation that succeeds, despite overwhelming odds, demonstrating that properly coordinated resistance forces can challenge even the most sophisticated enemy defenses. Yet the liberation of their imprisoned comrades brings sobering revelations about the extent of Noxian intelligence gathering and the sophisticated nature of enemy countermeasures under development. The rescued fighters carry information about experimental weapons designed specifically to disrupt the supernatural connections that give blade dancing its extraordinary effectiveness, technologies that threaten to neutralize the advantages upon which resistance strategy increasingly depends. They seek to turn our own spiritual traditions against us, reports Master Liu, one of the liberated prisoners whose interrogation provided enemy researchers with detailed information about traditional Ionian practices. They have learned enough about our methods to begin developing weapons that exploit the very openness to cosmic forces that gives our techniques their power. The intelligence forces Irelia to confront the possibility that continuing innovation may not prove sufficient to maintain resistance effectiveness, that the conflict's ultimate outcome may depend on factors that extend beyond mere tactical and technological considerations into questions of fundamental spiritual resilience. The war is revealing itself to be not just a struggle over territory and political control, but a contest between different ways of understanding the relationship between human consciousness and cosmic forces. This recognition leads to the development of new training methods that emphasize not just technique and coordination, but spiritual resilience, the ability to maintain connection to beneficial forces, even when under direct attack by technologies designed to sever such connections. These advanced practices require students to confront their own psychological limitations while learning to draw strength from sources that exist beyond the reach of conventional weapons. The evolution of her own abilities accelerates as Irelia pushes beyond the boundaries of traditional blade dancing into realms that no previous practitioner has explored. Her connection to metal objects expands to encompass not just immediate tactical applications, but broader awareness of the industrial infrastructure that supports enemy operations, providing intelligence that proves invaluable for strategic planning. More remarkably, she begins to sense the emotional states of her opponents during combat, reading their intentions and fears through subtle vibrations that travel through their weapons and equipment. This empathic awareness allows her to anticipate enemy actions with supernatural accuracy, while simultaneously providing insights into the psychological impact that resistance operations have on occupation forces. "They fear us now," she observes during a quiet moment between operations, her young face bearing expressions that reflect wisdom accumulated through experiences no child should ever have to endure. Not just our weapons or our tactics, but what we represent, proof that their empire's power has limits, that some things cannot be conquered through force alone. The psychological dimension of warfare proves as important as purely military considerations, with both sides recognizing that ultimate victory depends as much on breaking enemy morale as on controlling territory and resources. For the resistance, this competition plays to their natural advantages, their deep roots in local communities, their connection to traditions that provide meaning beyond mere survival, their ability to offer hope for futures that extend beyond the current conflict. As Mara approaches, the resistance movement that began with a single traumatized child defending her family's memory has evolved into something unprecedented in the history of the First Lands, a fusion of ancient wisdom and contemporary innovation that proves capable of challenging an empire through methods that transcend conventional military doctrine. Irelia stands at the center of this transformation, her floating blades having become symbols of possibilities that inspire others to discover their own connections to forces that exist beyond the reach of imperial analysis. Yet she remains fundamentally connected to the gentle traditions that originally shaped her character, using power in service of restoration rather than conquest, maintaining spiritual integrity while developing capabilities that redefine the boundaries of what individual consciousness can achieve. The blade dance has revealed its deepest secret, that true mastery comes not from perfecting techniques, but from understanding the principles that make all techniques possible, that the greatest warriors are those who fight not for the love of battle, but for the love of everything that makes battle unnecessary. In the perfect fusion of movement and meaning, technique and transcendence, ancient tradition and immediate necessity, a new form of resistance has been born, one that proves capable of defending peace through methods that never lose sight of peace as their ultimate purpose, creating victory through means that honor rather than betray the values they seek to protect. What transformations do you think must occur within traditions when circumstances force them to reveal capabilities that were always present but never before needed? And how might such evolution strengthen rather than weaken their essential character when guided by wisdom that remembers its peaceful origins? Chapter 10. Victory and its Price. In the bittersweet hour when long-sought triumph reveals its hidden costs, when the fulfillment of desperate dreams brings with it the recognition of all that cannot be restored, we find ourselves called to witness the complex nature of victory, in a world where every gain demands its corresponding sacrifice. Tonight, as gentle shadows remind us that even the brightest light creates darkness, let us explore those climactic months when Irelia's resistance movement achieved what once seemed impossible, driving the Noxian occupation from Ionian soil, while discovering that some wounds remain forever beyond the reach of any healing. The turning point comes with the arrival of unexpected allies from the most unlikely quarter, Noxian deserters, whose conscience finally rebelled against orders that demanded increasing brutality against civilian populations. These soldiers, trained in imperial tactics and equipped with inside knowledge of occupation strategies, bring with them intelligence that proves invaluable for planning operations against their former comrades. "We joined the military to serve our empire's glory," explains Sergeant Valdris, a scarred veteran whose eyes reflect the particular exhaustion that comes from witnessing too much unnecessary cruelty. But what we found in these occupied territories bears no resemblance to glory. It is simply systematic oppression designed to break the spirit of people who pose no threat to anyone. His testimony, and that of others like him, provides the resistance movement with detailed understanding of Noxian command structures, communication protocols, and logistical vulnerabilities that had previously been impossible to exploit effectively. More importantly, the presence of Imperial soldiers fighting alongside Ionian resistance fighters serves as powerful proof that the conflict represents not just a struggle between nations, but a moral choice between different visions of human possibility. The intelligence provided by these defectors enables Irelia to plan the most ambitious operation the Resistance has yet attempted, a coordinated assault on the regional command center that serves as the nerve center for Noxian control over multiple provinces. Success would not only disrupt enemy operations, but provide access to strategic information that could guide future liberation efforts throughout the occupied territories. The facility represents everything the Noxian military considers sophisticated and impregnable, layers of conventional defenses backed by the latest technological innovations, defended by elite troops equipped with weapons designed specifically to counter the supernatural techniques that have given Resistance forces their primary advantages. Intelligence suggests that the installation contains research facilities where captured Ionian artifacts are being studied for potential military applications. They seek to turn our own spiritual traditions into tools of conquest, reports Master Chen, whose network of sympathizers has provided detailed reconnaissance of the target facility. They have assembled scholars and technicians whose sole purpose is to find ways of weaponizing the harmony principles that our ancestors developed for peaceful purposes. The revelation adds personal motivation to strategic necessity, transforming the planned assault into something approaching a sacred mission to prevent the perversion of everything the Resistance movement has fought to preserve. For Irelia particularly, the idea that her family's traditions might be corrupted into instruments of oppression provides urgency that transcends mere tactical considerations. The assault unfolds across multiple days as coordinated attacks systematically eliminate outer defenses, while the main force positions itself for the final breakthrough that will determine the operation's ultimate success or failure. Irelia leads the primary strike team in an approach that requires her to push her supernatural abilities beyond anything she has previously attempted, coordinating the movements of hundreds of metal objects across a battlefield that spans several square miles. The strain proves almost overwhelming, requiring levels of concentration and spiritual discipline that test the limits of what human consciousness can achieve. Yet somehow she finds within herself reserves of strength that seem to draw not just from her own training, but from the accumulated spiritual energy of every Resistance fighter who has fallen in service of liberation, every civilian who has suffered under occupation, every Ionian who has maintained hope despite seemingly impossible circumstances. The breakthrough, when it comes, arrives with the suddenness of lightning splitting a stormy sky. Defenses that had seemed impregnable collapse under coordinated assault that exploits every weakness the months of intelligence gathering have revealed. Elite enemy troops find themselves overwhelmed by attackers who fight with the desperate intensity of people defending everything they hold sacred, supported by supernatural techniques that no military academy has prepared them to counter. Yet, even as victory unfolds, its costs become apparent in ways that transform celebration into something approaching mourning. The facility's research sections contain evidence of systematic cultural destruction that extends far beyond what the Resistance had previously understood. Archived records of artifacts destroyed, traditions catalogued for elimination, entire communities relocated or dispersed to prevent the maintenance of cultural continuity. They were not simply occupying our territory, realizes Mistress Yoon as she examines captured documents that detail the true scope of Noxian intentions. They were systematically erasing our identity, seeking to transform Ionia into something that serves imperial interests while eliminating everything that makes it unique and beautiful. The documents reveal a timeline for complete cultural assimilation that would have reduced Ionian traditions to museum curiosities within a single generation, replacing the spiritual foundations of First Lands society with imperial bureaucracy designed to maximize resource extraction and military recruitment. The scope of the planned transformation proves so comprehensive that mere political liberation would have proven insufficient to preserve what makes Ionian culture worth defending. More troubling still are the records of resistance fighters who were captured alive and subjected to experimental procedures designed to study the supernatural connections that give blade dancing its extraordinary effectiveness. These documents provide evidence of systematic torture disguised as scientific research, violations of human dignity that reveal the true nature of the empire they have been fighting. The intelligence proves crucial for understanding how to consolidate the victory that their successful assault has achieved, but it also forces every member of the resistance to confront the reality of what occupation would have ultimately meant for their homeland. The knowledge adds weight to their triumph, while simultaneously making clear that the cost of failure would have extended far beyond mere political subjugation. The Noxian response to the loss of their regional command center proves swift and desperate, with reinforcements rushed from other theaters of operation in an attempt to restore imperial control before resistance momentum can build beyond their ability to contain. The resulting battles stretch across weeks as professional military forces, equipped with the Empire's most sophisticated weapons, clash with resistance fighters, whose supernatural abilities have been refined through months of desperate innovation. These engagements prove different from the guerrilla operations that have characterized most resistance activities, developing into something approaching conventional warfare as both sides commit substantial forces to decisive confrontations. The scale of violence escalates beyond anything the region has experienced, transforming peaceful landscapes into battlefields where the accumulated fury of years of oppression finally finds full expression. Irelia finds herself at the center of battles that require her to coordinate not just small teams of elite fighters, but entire armies of resistance volunteers. Her supernatural awareness expanded to encompass tactical situations that span multiple fronts simultaneously. The demands prove almost crushing, requiring her to make decisions that determine the fate of thousands, while maintaining the spiritual connections that give her abilities their effectiveness. The final decisive engagement occurs at the ancient site of Placidium itself, where the resistance movement began with a single traumatized child defending her family's memory. The symbolic importance of the location proves as significant as its strategic value, transforming the battle into something that transcends mere military conflict to become a contest over the meaning of Ionian identity itself. Fighting through the ruins of her childhood home, Irelia confronts not just enemy soldiers, but the ghosts of everything she has lost, every person whose death has driven her toward this moment of ultimate confrontation. The blade dance forms that her family taught her in peaceful times find their ultimate expression in movements that honor the memory of everyone who cannot witness the liberation their sacrifices have made possible. The victory, when it finally comes, arrives with the exhaustion that follows maximum effort sustained beyond normal human endurance. Noxian forces, depleted by casualties and demoralized by the realization that their technological advantages cannot overcome opponents who fight with the desperate intensity of people defending their essential identity, begin a withdrawal that quickly becomes a rout. Yet, as the last Imperial soldiers disappear beyond the western horizon, the resistance fighters, who have achieved what once seemed impossible, discover that triumph brings with it burdens they had not anticipated. The landscape of their homeland bears scars that will require generations to heal. Forests stripped for military purposes, ancient sites desecrated or destroyed, entire communities displaced or eliminated. More troubling than physical damage is the recognition of what the conflict has cost in terms of cultural continuity. Traditional practices that required peaceful circumstances to maintain have been interrupted for years, with masters dying before they could pass on their knowledge to students, artistic traditions abandoned in favor of military necessities, spiritual disciplines set aside to make room for the harsh requirements of armed resistance. "We have won the war," observes Elder Feng during one of the first post-Liberation Council meetings, his weathered features bearing the particular sadness that comes from achieving victory at enormous cost. "But we have also lost the innocence that made our culture worth defending. The Ionia that emerges from this conflict will never be the same as the Ionia that existed before the invasion." His words capture something essential about the transformation that liberation has brought to the First Lands, highlighting how the very process of defending traditional values has necessarily changed the character of those traditions. The blade dance forms that Irelia has developed represent evolution rather than preservation, innovations born from necessity rather than peaceful contemplation. For Irelia personally, victory brings the recognition that she has become something her family could never have anticipated. A warrior whose supernatural abilities mark her as unique in Ionian history, yet who carries within her heart the memory of gentler times when such abilities were neither necessary nor desired. The child who once practiced ceremonial forms in her family's peaceful courtyard has been transformed into someone who can never fully return to that innocence. The floating blades that have become her constant companions serve as permanent reminders of everything she has gained and lost through the crucible of resistance leadership. They represent power sufficient to defend what she holds dear. Yet they also mark her as forever separate from the peaceful traditions they were originally designed to serve. She has become the guardian of a culture she can never fully rejoin. Liberation ceremonies throughout the newly freed territories carry undertones of mourning alongside celebration, as communities gather to honor both the living heroes who made victory possible, and the countless dead whose sacrifices provided the foundation for freedom. The traditional songs and dances that mark such occasions feel different when performed by people who have experienced the necessity of violence, carrying weights that peaceful generations never had to bear. We celebrate not just victory over our enemies. Irelia addresses one of these gatherings, her young voice carrying authority, earned through experiences that have aged her far beyond her chronological years, but the preservation of everything that made the struggle worthwhile. Yet we must also acknowledge that preservation through conflict necessarily changes the character of what is preserved. Her words reflect understanding that victory represents transformation rather than restoration, recognition that the Ionia emerging from occupation bears only partial resemblance to the Ionia that existed before the invasion. The resistance movement has succeeded in defending their homeland's essential character, but in doing so has necessarily created new expressions of that character that previous generations could never have imagined. The establishment of new governmental structures proves as challenging as the military struggle that preceded it, requiring the integration of resistance fighters trained in guerrilla warfare with traditional community leaders whose authority had been disrupted by years of occupation. The result is a political system that combines innovative approaches born from wartime necessity with ancient wisdom preserved through the darkest periods of imperial domination. Yet, beneath the practical challenges of reconstruction lies a deeper question about the relationship between peace and the methods used to achieve it. The supernatural techniques that proved essential for military victory carry implications that extend far beyond their immediate applications, representing capabilities that could easily be turned toward purposes that have nothing to do with defensive necessity. Power, once awakened, rarely consents to sleep again, warns Master Liu during one of the strategic planning sessions that have replaced military briefings. We must ensure that the abilities developed for liberation serve reconstruction rather than providing temptation for new forms of oppression. His concern proves prophetic, as reports arrive of former resistance fighters who have begun using their enhanced capabilities for personal advantage rather than community benefit. Individuals whose wartime authority has corrupted their understanding of power's proper relationship to responsibility. The transformation from protectors to potential exploiters represents a danger that threatens to undermine everything the resistance movement fought to achieve. For Irelia, these developments force recognition that liberation represents only the beginning of her responsibilities, rather than their completion. The abilities that made her an effective military leader now require application to the even more complex challenges of guiding social reconstruction, while preventing the concentration of power that could recreate oppression under different management. The young woman who emerges from the crucible of successful resistance bears little resemblance to the child who once practiced gentle forms in her family's courtyard, yet carries within her transformed nature the essential spirit that originally motivated her opposition to imperial domination. She has become something unprecedented in Ionian history, a guardian whose strength serves preservation rather than conquest, whose power enables protection rather than exploitation. As the seasons turn toward another spring, the first since liberation, the landscape of Ionia begins to show signs of healing that extend beyond mere physical reconstruction to encompass the deeper restoration of cultural practices that define the first land's essential character. Yet this renewal occurs within the context of permanent change, adaptation that honors tradition, while acknowledging that tradition itself must evolve to remain relevant to contemporary circumstances. The victory has been achieved, the homeland liberated, the cultural identity preserved through the darkest period in its recorded history. Yet the price of that preservation continues to be paid in ways that will echo through generations, reminding all who inherit the freedom that such freedom was neither freely given nor easily maintained. What wisdom, do you think, must guide those who discover that defending what they love requires them to become something they never wanted to be? And how might such transformation serve, rather than betray, the values that originally inspired their resistance to forces that understand only domination and control? Chapter 11. The weight of leadership. In the quiet aftermath, where victory's echoes fade into the complex silence of uncertain peace, where triumph transforms into the heavier burden of responsibility for what comes next, we find ourselves drawn to witness the profound isolation that accompanies those who become symbols larger than their own humanity. Tonight, as gentle stillness reminds us that every ending births a new beginning, let us explore those challenging months when young Irelia discovered that liberation from external enemies brings no relief from the internal struggles that define the cost of becoming someone upon whom others build their hopes and dreams. The first signs of the transformation that victory has wrought become apparent during the earliest reconstruction meetings, when Irelia enters council chambers to find conversations stopping mid-sentence, as every face turns toward her, with expressions that blend reverence, expectation, and something approaching fear. The easy camaraderie that characterized resistance planning sessions has been replaced by formal deference that creates distance where once there was intimacy. The blade dancer whispers follow her movement through rooms where she once sat as an equal among equals, voices carrying undertones that suggest her wartime exploits have elevated her beyond normal human categories. People who fought beside her through the darkest hours now hesitate to speak directly to her, as if success has somehow made her less accessible to ordinary concerns and conversations. Master Chen, the blacksmith whose counsel she has relied upon throughout the resistance campaign, approaches her after one particularly difficult planning session with the careful manner of someone addressing a superior, rather than consulting with a friend. The people look to you for guidance on matters that extend far beyond military strategy, he says quietly. They expect you to possess wisdom about governing and reconstruction that no one your age could reasonably be expected to have developed. His observation captures something essential about the impossible position that Victory has created for her, celebrated as a savior, yet isolated by the very qualities that made salvation possible, honored as a hero, yet burdened with expectations that no individual, regardless of their capabilities, could hope to fulfill completely. The supernatural abilities that proved crucial for defeating external enemies provide no guidance for navigating the complex social dynamics of post-war reconstruction. The floating blades that orbit her presence serve as constant reminders of the distance that now separates her from normal human experience. Children who once played freely in her presence now watch her with wide-eyed wonder that speaks of admiration mixed with uncertainty, their natural spontaneity, replaced by the kind of careful behavior that people display around forces they respect, but do not fully understand. I miss being able to simply talk with people, she confides to Mistress Yun during one of their private conversations, her voice carrying the particular loneliness that comes from being surrounded by others, yet feeling fundamentally alone. Every word I speak is analyzed for deeper meaning, every gesture interpreted as carrying significance beyond my conscious intention. I cannot express doubt without causing panic, cannot show uncertainty without undermining confidence. The elderly temple keeper nods with understanding born from years of observing how power affects those who wield it, regardless of their original intentions or essential character. The burden of symbol making, she observes gently, is that it transforms human beings into representations of ideas rather than allowing them to remain complex individuals capable of growth and error. People need heroes who embody perfection, yet such perfection requires the sacrifice of everything that makes life meaningful. These conversations provide Irelia with insights that prove crucial for understanding why the transition from resistance leader to peacetime authority figure feels so profoundly disorienting. During the war, her supernatural abilities served clear purposes that aligned with universally shared goals: defeating invaders, protecting communities, preserving cultural traditions. In the aftermath of Victory, those same abilities lack obvious applications, while their presence continues to set her apart from those she ostensibly serves. The practical challenges of reconstruction multiply these psychological difficulties as communities throughout the liberated territories look to her for decisions about resource allocation, territorial disputes, and the integration of former resistance fighters into civilian governance structures. Her tactical brilliance during wartime operations provides little preparation for adjudicating conflicts between former allies who now compete for influence in the new political order. They expect me to know things I have never learned, she explains to Elder Feng during one of their regular consultation sessions, her young face bearing lines of stress that speak of burdens no teenager should carry. They assume that the abilities that made me effective in combat somehow translate into wisdom about agriculture, trade relationships, judicial procedures, and diplomatic protocols with neighboring regions. The complexity proves overwhelming at times, forcing her to confront the reality that victory in war represents only the beginning of challenges that may prove even more difficult than the original military struggle. The enemy soldiers who once threatened Ionian freedom provided clear targets for opposition. The competing interests and legitimate needs of liberated communities resist such straightforward resolution. More troubling than practical governance challenges are the internal conflicts that peace has allowed to surface, moral questions about the violence that liberation required, spiritual concerns about the transformation that warfare has wrought within her own character, philosophical uncertainties about the relationship between power and responsibility that no amount of training could have prepared her to resolve. The meditation practices that once provided spiritual anchor during the chaos of active resistance now seem to echo with the voices of everyone she killed during the liberation campaign. The floating blades that saved countless lives also ended others, their supernatural grace having been applied to purposes that conflict with the peaceful intentions that originally motivated her family's dedication to the blade dance tradition. How do I reconcile what I have become with what I was taught to value? she asks during solitary practice sessions in the reconstructed shrine where her grandmother once guided her early training. The blade dance was supposed to promote harmony, yet I have used it to create discord. It was meant to celebrate life, yet I have employed it to deal death. The questions resist easy resolution, forcing her to develop new frameworks for understanding how protective violence relates to peaceful principles, how necessary destruction serves constructive purposes, how the defense of gentle traditions might require methods that seem to contradict those traditions' essential character. The floating blades themselves seem to respond to her internal conflicts, their movements becoming more erratic during moments of moral uncertainty, their supernatural connection to her consciousness reflecting doubts and anxieties that she struggles to articulate even to herself. The symbiosis that proved so effective during wartime operations now serves as a constant reminder of the psychological integration she has yet to achieve. Public appearances become exercises in careful performance, as she learns to project confidence and certainty regardless of her internal state, recognizing that any display of uncertainty or confusion might undermine the morale of communities that depend on her continued leadership for their psychological stability. The authentic emotional expression that characterized her resistance period communications must now be filtered through considerations of how such expression affects others' capacity to function effectively. The people need to believe that their sacrifices served a purpose larger than mere survival, observes Master Lu during one of their strategy sessions. They require assurance that the suffering they endured was not meaningless, that the future will justify the costs they have paid. Your confidence becomes their permission to hope. This recognition adds another layer to the burdens she carries, transforming her personal emotional state into a matter of public concern that extends far beyond individual well-being. Her psychological integration becomes essential, not just for her own development, but for the stability of entire communities that have invested their dreams of renewal in her continued effectiveness. The isolation that accompanies symbol status proves particularly acute during traditional festivals and ceremonies where her presence transforms communal celebrations into something approaching religious observances. People who once included her naturally in their social gatherings now treat her attendance as an honor that requires special preparation and formal protocol. "I want to dance with the children like I used to," she tells Mistress Yoon after attending a harvest celebration where her every movement was watched and interpreted by adults whose reverence prevented any spontaneous interaction. "I want to laugh at jokes without everyone analyzing whether my laughter carries deeper meaning. I want to make mistakes without those mistakes being seen as failures of leadership." The desire for normalcy conflicts with responsibilities that seem to expand with each passing day as communities throughout Ionia seek her input on matters ranging from trade disputes to marriage customs, from agricultural techniques to spiritual practices. Her supernatural abilities have marked her as unique, yet her youth and limited experience outside military contexts leave her poorly prepared for the breadth of wisdom that others expect her to possess. The pressure manifests in physical symptoms that concern those close enough to observe them. Sleepless nights spent wrestling with decisions that affect thousands of lives. Loss of appetite that speaks to stress levels that would overwhelm most adults. Moments of exhaustion so profound that even her supernatural connection to the floating blades weakens noticeably. You cannot serve others effectively if you do not serve your own needs for rest and renewal, warns Elder Yoon when Irelia's condition becomes too obvious to ignore. The blade dance teaches us that even the most dedicated practitioners require periods of stillness and reflection, times when external obligations give way to internal restoration. The advice proves easier to accept intellectually than to implement practically, as the demands of leadership seem to resist any attempt at establishing boundaries between public responsibility and private restoration. Every decision delayed or delegated creates anxiety among populations that have learned to depend on her judgment. Every moment spent in solitary reflection generates concern that she might be withdrawing from the active engagement that her position requires. The development of governing institutions that can function without her constant oversight becomes essential for both practical and personal reasons. yet proves challenging to achieve in communities that have become accustomed to her direct involvement in major decisions. The transition from wartime leadership to peacetime governance requires different skills and different relationships that take time to develop and establish. Democracy, she learns, requires citizens who feel capable of governing themselves, rather than subjects who expect to be governed by their betters. The transformation from resistance cells that operated through consensus to civilian communities that function through representative institutions demands changes in both leadership style and popular expectations that cannot be accomplished quickly or easily. Training programs for local leaders become a priority as she recognizes that effective governance requires distributed, rather than centralized authority, multiple sources of wisdom, rather than reliance on individual judgment, institutional stability, rather than dependence on charismatic leadership. Yet the development of such programs requires her to articulate principles and methods that she has learned through intuition, rather than formal study. The supernatural aspects of her abilities present particular challenges for developing sustainable governance structures, as her capacity to sense metal objects and coordinate complex tactical operations provides information and capabilities that cannot be easily transferred to others. Creating decision-making processes that can function effectively without supernatural input, while benefiting from such input when available, requires institutional innovation that has no precedence in Ionian history. The goal, she realizes during one of her planning sessions, must be to create systems that serve the people's needs regardless of whether I remain available to participate in their operation. My abilities should enhance rather than define effective governance, providing additional resources rather than creating dependencies that cannot be sustained. This understanding leads to the gradual development of advisory councils, specialist committees, and representative assemblies that can address the complex challenges of reconstruction, while allowing her to focus on areas where her unique capabilities provide the greatest benefit. The process requires her to learn the difficult art of delegation, while maintaining enough oversight to ensure that distributed authority serves rather than undermines the values that motivated the original resistance. The emotional costs of this transition prove as significant as the practical challenges, requiring her to accept that effective leadership sometimes means stepping back from direct involvement, even when her personal inclinations favor more active engagement. The same protective instincts that made her an effective military commander now must be channeled toward protecting others' capacity for independent action, rather than solving their problems directly. Late nights spent in solitary reflection become essential for processing the accumulated stress of decisions that affect entire communities, for wrestling with moral complexities that have no clear resolutions, for maintaining connection to the spiritual foundations that prevent power from corrupting the character it was meant to serve. These private hours provide the psychological space necessary for integration of experiences that public life does not allow her to acknowledge fully. The floating blades that orbit her presence during these contemplative periods move in patterns that reflect the gradual achievement of inner harmony, their supernatural responsiveness serving as indicators of psychological states that she has learned to read like weather signs. The weapons that once served primarily military purposes now function as tools for self-understanding, guides toward the kind of internal balance that effective leadership requires. As the months pass and new governmental structures begin to demonstrate their capacity for independent function, Irelia discovers that true leadership involves creating conditions where others can exercise their own capabilities, rather than remaining dependent on external guidance. The transition from indispensable war leader to supportive peace facilitator proves as challenging as any military campaign, requiring different forms of courage and different applications of wisdom. Yet in learning to step back from direct control while maintaining supportive engagement, she begins to discover forms of fulfillment that pure authority could never provide. The satisfaction of watching others succeed in challenges they once thought beyond their capabilities, the joy of seeing communities develop sustainable prosperity through their own efforts, the peace that comes from knowing that her contributions serve purposes larger than personal achievement. The weight of leadership, she learns, lies not in the burden of making all decisions, but in the responsibility for creating conditions where good decisions become possible for everyone. The greatest victory is not conquering enemies, but empowering friends to build the kind of world that makes enemies unnecessary. What transformations do you think must occur within those who discover that their greatest strength, the ability to solve others' problems, becomes their greatest challenge when applied to the task of helping others learn to solve problems for themselves? Chapter 12. The Eternal Dance. In the sacred twilight, where all stories find their deepest meaning, where individual journeys merge with eternal rhythms that connect every ending to every beginning, we find ourselves drawn to witness the profound truth that emerges when personal transformation serves purposes larger than any single life. Tonight, as gentle peace settles around our quiet sanctuary, like a blessing long awaited, let us explore how young Irelia's journey, from innocent child to reluctant symbol, finally resolved into something that transcends both innocence and symbolism, a living embodiment of the eternal dance between preservation and adaptation that defines the deepest wisdom of the First Lands. The dawn that marks the first anniversary of liberation finds Irelia standing in the reconstructed courtyard, where her family once practiced the gentle forms that shaped her earliest understanding of harmony and balance. The stones have been reset according to the ancient patterns, the shrines rebuilt with careful attention to traditional proportions, the fountain restored to its original music of water flowing over blessed stone. Yet for all the physical accuracy of the reconstruction, something essential has changed, not in the space itself, but in her relationship to what it represents. The floating blades that orbit her presence move in patterns that incorporate elements she learned during peaceful childhood training, with innovations born from desperate wartime necessity, creating sequences that have never existed before, yet somehow feel as ancient as the traditions they extend. In their supernatural dance, past and future find synthesis, demonstrating how authentic preservation requires continuous adaptation to remain relevant to contemporary circumstances. Grandmother, she whispers to spirits that feel closer in this sacred space than anywhere else, I think I finally understand what you were trying to teach me about the true nature of the blade dance. It was never about maintaining particular forms unchanged, but about keeping alive the principles that make all forms possible. The recognition marks a turning point in her ongoing struggle to integrate the peaceful intentions of her family's traditions with the violent necessities that liberation required. The blade dance, she realizes, represents not a specific set of movements, but a way of understanding how consciousness can partner with forces larger than individual will to serve purposes that benefit rather than exploit the natural world. This understanding transforms her relationship to the supernatural abilities that set her apart from ordinary human experience. Rather than viewing them as burdens that isolate her from community or gifts that elevate her above others, she begins to see them as responsibilities that connect her more deeply to the web of relationships that sustain all life. Power becomes service, uniqueness becomes contribution, leadership becomes stewardship of possibilities that extend far beyond personal achievement. The morning practice session attracts observers as it always does, but their presence feels different now, less like reverence directed toward an untouchable symbol, and more like recognition of someone who embodies principles they share, even if they cannot express them with supernatural effectiveness. Children watch her movements with the natural curiosity that seeks to understand rather than merely admire. Adults observe with appreciation that focuses on technique rather than mystique. Master Chen approaches after the session with the easy familiarity that characterized their relationship during the resistance period, his manner suggesting that something fundamental has shifted in how he perceives her role in their community. You look more like yourself than you have in months, he observes with satisfaction, less like a statue others have erected, and more like a person who happens to possess extraordinary capabilities. His comment captures something essential about the psychological integration she has achieved through months of wrestling with the complexities of post-war leadership. The artificial separation between her public role and private identity has gradually dissolved, replaced by a sense of authentic wholeness that allows her to be fully present in whatever circumstances require her attention. The floating blades settle into resting positions around the courtyard's perimeter, their supernatural energy dimmed to the gentle glow that characterizes peaceful alertness rather than active readiness for combat. Yet their presence carries none of the ominous tension that once marked the boundary between her abilities and others' comfort. They have become as natural a part of the landscape as the flowers that bloom in the shrine corners or the small spirits that gather wherever harmony is genuinely practiced. I have been thinking, she tells the gathering of advisors and friends who have come to participate in the regular planning sessions that shape ongoing reconstruction efforts, about the relationship between the individual and the community, between personal abilities and collective benefit, between leadership and service. Her words carry the weight of hard-won wisdom rather than theoretical speculation, reflecting understanding developed through experiences that have tested every assumption about power, responsibility, and the proper relationship between exceptional individuals and the societies they emerge from. The lessons learned through trauma and triumph now serve to guide decisions that affect entire regions. The blade dance teaches us that the most beautiful movements are those that serve the larger harmony rather than drawing attention to the skill of the individual performer. She continues, her voice carrying the kind of authority that comes from speaking truths, discovered through personal struggle, rather than inherited from external sources. I think this principle applies to leadership as well. The most effective guidance is that which enables others to discover their own capabilities, rather than remaining dependent on external direction. The concept proves revolutionary in contexts where traditional authority structures emphasize hierarchy and dependence, yet it emerges naturally from principles that have always been central to Ionian culture. The innovation lies not in the introduction of foreign ideas, but in the creative application of indigenous wisdom to contemporary challenges. The practical implementation of these insights transforms governance structures throughout the liberated territories, with centralized decision-making giving way to distributed networks that draw upon collective wisdom, while maintaining coordination necessary for addressing regional challenges. Irelia's role evolves from supreme commander to facilitating coordinator, her supernatural abilities serving to enhance rather than replace community-based problem-solving processes. The change proves liberating for everyone involved, allowing communities to develop sustainable prosperity through their own efforts, while benefiting from the kind of support that enhances rather than undermines local capacity. For Irelia personally, the transition provides relief from burdens that no individual should carry alone, while creating opportunities for contribution that prove more satisfying than pure authority could ever provide. I feel useful rather than essential, she explains to Mistress Yoon during one of their regular conversations, her expression reflecting the particular contentment that comes from finding appropriate relationship between personal gifts and collective needs. My abilities serve purposes larger than myself without requiring me to sacrifice my own development to others' expectations. The balance represents everything the blade dance was designed to teach about the proper relationship between individual consciousness and cosmic forces, partnership rather than domination, service rather than exploitation, harmony rather than discord. The supernatural techniques that once seemed to separate her from normal human experience now provide deeper connection to the principles that unite all conscious beings in common cause. Seasonal festivals resume their traditional patterns as communities develop confidence in their capacity for self-governance, yet these celebrations incorporate new elements that reflect the experiences of resistance and liberation, without losing connection to ancient traditions. The result is cultural evolution that honors the past, while remaining responsive to present circumstances, adaptation that strengthens rather than weakens essential identity. Irelia participates in these gatherings as honored guest rather than central figure, her presence contributing to rather than defining the meaning of communal celebration. The floating blades that accompany her movements during ceremonial dances create visual beauty that enhances rather than overshadows traditional performances, their supernatural grace serving to highlight rather than replace the natural abilities of other participants. Children who once watched her with fearful reverence now approach with requests for training in basic blade dancing forms, their eagerness reflecting recognition that her abilities represent extensions of traditions they might also learn rather than mysterious powers beyond ordinary comprehension. These teaching sessions become some of her most rewarding activities, opportunities to pass on, not just technique, but the philosophical foundations that prevent martial arts from degenerating into mere violence. The blade dance is not about becoming powerful, she explains to groups of young students whose enthusiasm reminds her of her own childhood excitement about learning family traditions. It is about becoming useful, developing capabilities that serve purposes larger than personal achievement, maintaining connection to forces that work for the benefit of all life, rather than just individual advantage. These lessons prove as valuable for the teacher as for the students, providing Irelia with opportunities to articulate principles she has learned through experience rather than formal instruction. The process of teaching forces her to examine her own understanding more deeply, clarifying insights that might otherwise remain intuitive rather than conscious. The floating blades that assist in these educational sessions move in patterns that demonstrate fundamental principles with crystalline clarity, their supernatural precision serving to illustrate concepts that might otherwise prove difficult for young minds to grasp. Yet their primary function is supportive rather than spectacular, enhancing traditional teaching methods rather than replacing them with technological solutions. As the seasons turn and reconstruction efforts achieve increasing success, Irelia discovers that the most profound satisfaction comes not from personal accomplishment, but from witnessing the flourishing of communities that have learned to solve their own problems while remaining connected to the values that make such solutions worthwhile. The greatest victory lies not in defeating enemies, but in creating conditions where enemies become unnecessary. Regional councils develop that can address complex challenges through collaborative decision-making processes that draw upon diverse expertise while maintaining focus on shared goals. Trade relationships resume with neighboring territories. Cultural exchanges rebuild connections that occupation had severed. Diplomatic protocols emerge that prevent conflicts from escalating into warfare. The supernatural intelligence network that Irelia's abilities provide serves increasingly to monitor threats before they develop rather than to coordinate responses to active crises. Her capacity to sense metal objects across wide areas makes her an early warning system that allows communities to prepare for challenges rather than merely react to emergencies. Peace, she realizes during one of her solitary meditation sessions, is not the absence of conflict but the presence of systems that resolve conflict without requiring violence. The blade dance teaches us to redirect hostile force rather than meeting it with opposing force, to find harmony within apparent discord rather than seeking to eliminate everything that creates tension. This understanding provides frameworks for addressing not just immediate practical challenges, but the deeper questions about how peaceful societies maintain their character while remaining capable of defending themselves against forces that understand only domination. The solution lies not in choosing between peace and strength, but in developing forms of strength that serve peaceful purposes. The floating blades that orbit her presence during these contemplative periods move in patterns that reflect perfect integration of opposing forces, speed balanced with precision, power balanced with restraint, individual excellence balanced with collective harmony. Their supernatural dance demonstrates principles that apply as much to social organization as to personal development. Evening practices in the family courtyard become opportunities for community gathering rather than solitary training, with neighbors and visitors welcome to observe or participate according to their interest and ability. The sacred space that once served only family members now functions as a center for cultural preservation and innovation, a place where ancient wisdom meets contemporary needs. This is what my grandmother always envisioned. Irelia reflects as she watches children and adults move together through forms that blend traditional techniques with modern applications, their diverse skill levels creating visual poetry that speaks to unity within diversity, not the preservation of particular practices unchanged, but the maintenance of principles that allow practices to evolve while remaining true to their essential purposes. The recognition marks completion of a psychological journey that began with personal tragedy and evolved through resistance leadership into something that transcends both trauma and authority. The child who lost everything in the destruction of her original family has discovered new forms of family that extend throughout the entire region, connections based not on blood relationship, but on shared commitment to values that make life meaningful. The floating blades that have accompanied this entire journey now serve as bridges between past and future, reminders of everything that has been overcome, and symbols of everything that remains possible. Their supernatural grace demonstrates that apparent contradictions can find resolution through principles that encompass rather than choose between opposing alternatives. As night settles over the reconstructed courtyard, and the sounds of peaceful community life provide a gentle symphony of contentment and security, Irelia performs the traditional closing sequences that mark the end of formal practice. Yet these movements carry acknowledgement that practice never truly ends, that every day provides new opportunities to apply ancient wisdom to contemporary circumstances. Every challenge offers chances to discover deeper understanding of what it means to live in harmony with forces larger than individual will. The spirits of her family seem to whisper approval through the evening breeze that stirs the leaves of newly planted trees, their voices too faint for conscious recognition, yet clear enough to provide assurance that their sacrifices have served purposes worthy of the price they demanded. Love, preserved through the crucible of loss and transformed through the discipline of service, continues to guide decisions that shape the future of everyone who calls the first lands home. In the perfect synthesis of movement and meaning, technique and transcendence, individual excellence and collective benefit, the eternal dance continues, proof that tragedy, when met with wisdom rather than bitterness, can indeed forge purpose strong enough to transform not just personal destiny, but the entire relationship between those who lead and those who follow, between those who protect and those who are protected, between those who remember the past and those who create the future. The blade dance lives on, not as museum preservation of historical forms, but as living tradition that remains forever capable of discovering new expressions, while maintaining connection to the eternal principles that make such expression possible. In Irelia's ongoing journey from innocence through experience to wisdom, we find reflected the same possibilities that exist within every life, the potential to transform suffering into service, loss into love, and individual growth into collective blessing. What seeds of transformation, do you think, might lie hidden within your own experiences of loss and challenge, waiting only for the proper combination of courage and wisdom to reveal how even the deepest wounds can become sources of strength that serve purposes far greater than personal healing alone?